We are back, or for those of you who just joined, here we are. Welcome to live week number 2 of WeAreDevelopers, and we are on Security Day, which is in partnership with Digital Switzerland, and which is also sponsored by Helvetia. But the partner of the day is the Swiss Post, or we had the guys before noon talking about the bug bounty program, which is very interesting. And before we hit right into the program, we're gonna have a look at our code of conduct, which is very important for us because we believe in equality and in diversity. By the way, diversity, if you're interested in that topic, there are some events, special events throughout the week. It's best if you have a look at the agenda and see for yourself. There is something for everyone, I guess. So now you know you have to behave and you have to be brave and cooperate wherever you are. By the way, we had this little thing going on with wherever you are from, and these are the results and they look amazing. You are everywhere. Switzerland, obvious. Vienna, Dublin, Berlin, Hamburg, Amsterdam, Bern, Portugal. Now I was wanting to read Siberia, but it's Serbia, my friends. South Africa, Romania, Kenya, Germany, Poland, oh my God, Nairobi, Turkey. It's so many countries. Yeah, unbelievable. But now let's go into what is coming up now. Thank you guys. Now I know that you all can operate Slido. This is also where you can ask the questions and we will answer all the questions after the talk. And our next presenter will be Reto Kesa, and he will be talking about something which I find is very fascinating. He will talk about you can't hack what you can't see. And for those of you who instantly have the word air gap in your brain, maybe this is something he will talk about. We will find out. Let's roll the intro and talk to him. So, hello Reto, you are now live in the live week. Double live.
Hello Stefan, hello everybody. Yeah, so I have to disappoint you, Stefan. I won't be talking about air gap. I will try to keep this as product neutral as possible.
Okay. So I think this is the point in time where I leave you, stop my video and mute myself and listen to you, and the stage is now completely yours.
Okay, so basically I share the screen now, right? That's my cue, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So do you see my screen? Okay, so I assume you see my presentation now. I didn't get any feedback yet from Stefan, so no news is good news. So first of all, thank you very much to WeAreDevelopers for letting me talk today. I will admit again, I'm very nervous. It's the first time I've talked
Reto,
to a
we
laptop.
cannot see your screen. Sorry.
You cannot see my screen, okay.
No.
Second try.
Always works at the second try.
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Let's fix that. On the way to fixing. Should work now. Sorry.
Nope, host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah. This is always fun. They are trying to fix it.
Okay.
It's strange because the screen sharing rights are not hierarchical. So I hope it will work in a sec. Yeah, works now. Can you try again?
Nope, host disabled participant screen sharing.
You have to type faster, guys. Yeah. Now it should work, they say.
Nope.
But Reto says it doesn't work.
Shall I go out and rejoin again?
No, they have to do it. They have to do it in the room, and they also have to do it in the green room.
Okay.
It should do. Okay. Can you try again? No.
No.
Can you try to join the room again, please?
Me.
Yeah.
Shall I leave the room first?
Please. So, as you can see, it's a security day, but it could also be a security feature that there are too many rights you can control, which is good at some point, not so good, even if you tried at other points. Now, Reto has left Zoom and will come back again, and here
Okay.
Reto is back.
It worked in the other room. It's still the host disabled participant screen sharing. When I left the room, it worked. I could do it in the other room.
Yeah. This is craziness. So. Let's move into the other room and do it from there. Let's meet in the breakout room in a second. You're muted. Classic.
So here it works. Shall I screen share?
Let's do it.
Now, you see my screen?
Now I think my Zoom stuck.
So I think Gisela gave me a thumbs up.
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay, so I'll start.
Yes.
Okay, so start again. So if it would work perfectly from the beginning, it'd be boring, I guess. Anyway, thanks again for letting me talk today. I'm very honored. Maybe I'll just introduce myself quickly. I've been developing for all my life, which has been quite a while now. I would say I wrote my first code back in the 80s. And I've been doing security also now for well over 10 years, I guess. So it lends very nicely to integrating the concept of security and development under one hat. And I'll start with a couple of memes, so it might calm me down a bit from my nervousness. Let me see. So this is really, okay, so there we go. Now I'm also in the right window. So once upon a time, I'm sure most of you knew this problem. Some or a lot of companies I still consult today, they still operate like this. So nicely developed, works on staging, push to prod, and then it's ops problem. Doesn't matter what goes on, it just let's give it to ops. How do we get to DevOps anyway? I mean, there's a probably all of you have an opinion. You know, did it do a CI/CD platform and tools? Was it continuous automated testing which made it a success? Was it automating infrastructure delivery or even infrastructure as a code? In my personal opinion, I still think the biggest kind of enabler is culture. So without the right culture, you can have as many tools and processes as you wish. DevOps will not necessarily succeed. But having said this, there's still a silo left. Now, I don't think we'll get the security silo as far in. I have to go back a second, sorry. Security is a huge area at the moment. If we look at the entire cloud scenario, if you are discussing home office, digital nomads, people working from anywhere, everywhere in the world, this is not a security issue we can tackle from the development side. But at least when we talk about workload protection, so protecting our workloads, protecting our deliverables, it is something which we should have to pay more attention to. So it's all about left shifting security. I'll come back and talk a little bit about that later, what I mean with that. Plus, I've had these discussions several times now over the last couple of years. You know, is it Sec DevOps? Is it DevSecOps? Is it secure DevOps? We picked DevSecOps basically because it lent itself to kind of a cool logo. Anyway, but I think for me, it all means the same thing. Integrating security into your DevOps lifecycle. So I've picked a simple software development lifecycle here, which I'd like to go to in a little bit more detail. Let's start at the very beginning. I picked this mem because everybody's talking about MVPs, MVP here, MVP there. For me, it's become more of a, it means maximum functionality to a minimum price. But let's talk a bit about requirements or what happens at this stage in the life cycle. I do a lot of talking about use cases, and it's a answers I get, functionality, not part of an MV. I disagree here. So we can potential hacks, whatever you'd like to call them, but it's an important aspect which, in my opinion, should be tackled at the beginning of your life cycle, because if you don't actively attack them, they will probably come back at some point in the future and actively attack you. That's one part of it. And I also believe strongly, if you understand, of course, you cannot understand out there, but if you try to understand your major vulnerabilities, it will have a positive effect on how your product, how your software. I just recently was part of, and it really helped us to understand what potential danger is out there with our sensors, especially our IoT sensors, because they're usually not part of a control cloud. We handed them over to a network operator, and hardening these sensors in regards towards potential attack vectors really helped us pick a strong architecture. And another interesting thing here, which I just came across recently or realized recently, is abuse cases can be used as an input for a red team, if you have one, in regarding automated pen testing or manual pen testing. So basically, the abuse cases are nothing else but your attack vectors you're going to be testing if you do pen testing on your production system. So there are quite a few benefits to have a look into these at the beginning of your development cycle. Now let's go to design. So I'm not trying to make a joke here about hybrid clouds, by the way. Again, it's just a meme which kind of suited. Challenges: DevOps, cloud computing, cloud deployment, virtualization. It lends to faster deployment, increased dynamics. We can start, stop containers, processes, Lambda functions, whatever. So we have a lot more workloads, but it's something we can control. At least we're getting the tools which are allowing us to better control these situations. So this challenge is kind of taking care of itself. But the next one, this is becoming more and more challenging, and that's the abstraction issue. That basically today you can have your functionality as a VM. Tomorrow you can decide to deploy it as a container. On Friday you can say, okay, let's deploy it as a function. So like within 1 week, you have the same functionality deployed as 3 different types of abstraction. And you imagine the security guys have to take care of this. So this also leads to a lot more fine-grained connections between the different workloads. And this is really, really becoming an abstraction from the, a challenge from the security standpoint. And another, this isn't actually a challenge. This is something I like talking about when we talk about design. Classify your data. I would say, when you go on holiday, you take your luggage with you. You're taking your travel. Can I say the word? Sorry, let's call it luggage. And you'll put your passport, your money close to your body. Your toothpaste you'll put into your overhead luggage, and everything else which is not really important to you put into your luggage. If it doesn't arrive the next day at the hotel, so what? Same with data. It's a lot easier to manage if you pay special attention only to your restricted data, your private data. Anything which is public doesn't really matter if you get hacked on it. Maybe it's not a nice publicity, but you're not losing any personal information. And by the way, I'm not talking about encryption here. Encryption, of course, I mean, that's also a very important concept, but I mean, I think this is given, so I'm not going to talk about it here. Another aspect to look into when you're designing your data is if you can do pseudonymization. So, you know, don't save plain text names, hash them. So in case you're hacked, if you lose your data, it's useless. And a third issue here I always try to preach is anonymization. So this is a kind of an example I saw recently. So there was a method, get dates of birth. And for some reason, the developer decided, okay, the date of birth, and I'll give some extra context information, name, last name, address. I didn't put it in here, but they were using this method to calculate an average age in an application. So, you know, don't worry about data which is not needed. So anonymize as much as you can. So it's getting more exciting. Modus operandi in a lot of places today, okay, it works in development, it works in staging, let's push to production and let the security guys take care of the rest. Hardening the DevOps process. This is what I was talking about, left shifting security. So basically, the earlier that we can tackle security related issues in the process, the easier and the more reliable our deployments will become. This is just an example. I mean, this is a kind of a stack we've been using. So, you know, you'll have your own stack, you'll have your own tools, you'll have your own security related tools you'll be using. But one thing I'd like to kind of talk about here is vulnerability management. When this slide was designed, I would say about a year ago, 1.5 years ago, we have it pretty late in the DevOps process. So what am I talking about here? I'm talking about, for example, open source libraries you're integrating into your product. I just delivered, for example, a product about 2 months ago. We calculated 90% was libraries which we didn't develop ourselves, which is quite a bit. So yeah, these have to be managed. They have to be managed against vulnerability. You know, are we using the latest version? Do we have the same version in development, on staging, on production? There are all kinds of ways of doing this. I put in a product here, which I'm pretty excited about, White Source. They do a pretty good job, or they do a good job, not a pretty good job, a very good job in assisting you to managing your vulnerabilities, understanding which library, which version, what kind of vulnerabilities exist. And this could be integrated into your CI/CD cycle already. You can even go back a step further. You can say, okay, we're going to be using this and this version of this tool. You can catch this with pre-commit hooks. So if a known vulnerability has become available, you have your version number in a text file somewhere. As soon as you check it in, your pre-commit hook will say, hey guys, be careful, be careful. You've got a potential vulnerability here. It should be looked at. So what I'm trying to say is, don't let these vulnerabilities get into production, because then it might not be too late, but the cost, the effort, the time, etc., to fix the situation again becomes a lot bigger. And here, I'll put this in here as well. I mentioned this at the very beginning of my talk. This is your red team doing, I hope, continuous penetration testing. They'll be glad to get input from your abuse cases, from your known or your envisioned attack vectors. So they'll be happy for this kind of information. It'll make their life a lot easier instead of getting hacked and then putting this kind of knowledge into their process. And again, this should be called continuous penetration testing and not just punctual penetration testing, which you usually see. So a company will say, come guys, let's do a pen test, and then everything's okay. And then they won't do it for another year. And so much changes in that even short period of time with depending on what kind of results you get. And I just put these stats in here to prove something or nothing, but it's a kind of experience I'm also having in my work. The more security you apply through your development lifecycle, the more time you spend on interesting work. I will kind of almost say I wasted a year of my life fixing security breaches or security related breaches, which most probably, if developed correctly, developed with only a small kind of feeling for security, could have been avoided. So just kind of afterthought on this issue. Now let's get to the exciting stuff, actually what I wanted to talk about today. So you can't see, or you can't hack what you can't see. So we've given it over to our security department. What happens next? First of all, I'd like to talk about east-west traffic. So not about Interstate 80, which goes east-west through the United States, but what is east-west traffic? This is the main entrance where you see 20%, 20%. That's the main entrance to this office. That's where most visitors should walk through to get into the office. But in today's workload cloud environment, we say about 80% of all traffic, of all communication happens within the office. So these are kind of communication between people who are legal in the office, maybe people who came in through a side door, through an open window, totally legal in the office. And this is what the area we're trying to protect today, or the area we have to focus on more. So it's no longer just firewalling your segments or segmenting and then putting a firewall in front of each segment, maybe with a web application firewall in there as well, just for good measures. But how can I protect the so-called east-west traffic? So it's also interesting fact that probably you can almost say today that you will not get attacked on level 1 to 3 in your application. So basically what most firewalls are protecting you against. Attacks today happen at a higher level, they happen at application level, they happen at user levels. I mean, 85% of all successful penetrations are because of human error. So like I said, we really have to start focusing on this traffic here. How can we protect ourselves against malicious traffic behind our firewalls? So what are the steps? Security must move closer to the data it's trying to protect. So we must start securing our workloads. It's no longer enough to firewall several workloads, just let them talk to each other as if there's never been a problem. We must start protecting our workloads individually. Security must become part of our design. That's why I was also saying initially, think about abuse cases. If you understand your abuse cases, you will start designing security. Today, it's mostly still a remedial measure. Okay, it compiles, let's deploy, and someone will figure out how to protect it. And last but not least, security can no longer be coupled with the infrastructure. So it shouldn't be handled at network level, at data center level, if you're still working with data centers. But these policies must move up several levels. And like I said before, initially, start protecting your workloads individually. So what do we get doing? So what do we get if we go down this path? You immensely reduce the attack surface per workload. So you have to imagine like a firewall per workload. Of course, it's not a physical firewall, but it's a logical firewall put in front of each workload, defining which other workloads, which other processes are allowed to communicate with that specific workload. This, again, coming back to east-west traffic, limits the radius through, or basically we're doing what we call micro-segmentation. So a segment could be a single workload, a segment could be two workloads who are allowed to communicate with each other. Using the right tools, we will have visibility, meaning we're not talking level 1 to 3 anymore, we're talking level 7, level 1 to 7. So we will see anomalies at application level. And this is where the challenges now come. You know, how can we orchestrate this? How can we automate this? This is not easy. It's absolutely clear. This is not something which usually gets done or can be done out of the box. But the idea would be, in the ideal world, in an ideal environment, we have a tool, data lake or whatever you want to call it, which allows us to orchestrate and automate this firewall per workload concept. So, where does this bring us? It means we as developers have to start defining intentions for a workload. So we're going basically into whitelisting. We're no longer blacklisting who are the bad guys who shouldn't talk to us. We want to know who should talk to us. Which other workloads are allowed to ask us for a request, ask us for data, which then goes into the realm of zero trust. So, you know, don't let everybody talk to us except the few bad guys we know. But we just want to talk to the couple of guys we know who are good. And it's like if you have a $100,000, you have them in a suitcase, you need to go to the toilet quickly. You don't just walk to anybody in a cafe and say, hey, can you look after my suitcase for me? Because you don't know, is he a bad guy, is he a good guy? You will only give this to somebody who you trust. Then, as I said before, we need visibility over all layers. We cannot just monitor network layers, because this is probably not the place nowadays where attacks take place. And then if all this is in place, it'll give us a much bigger possibility to detect policy violations, anomalies, non-compliance, if you have compliance issues, a lot faster than we typically are able to do it if we're just protecting the infrastructure. So again, I know I'm talking about an ideal world. I know this is not that easy nowadays, but this is something we're working towards, or we have to work towards. You know, if we come back to our DevOps lifecycle, ideally, we would be defining what kind of workload we are publishing during development. So, you know, here we're already talking like security as code. So, you know, we'd be tagging our workload, saying this workload is a database workload, or a service workload for this department. And with these so-called tags or these name value pairs, whatever, we'd be able to automatically generate the firewall policy. And then we have our so-called PEPs, or policy enforcement points, close to the data. Sorry, I went too fast. So you no longer, you don't have a firewall in front of this picture. You have, per each workload, you basically have a kind of firewall or a gate. And you can take this a step further. You know, if you have this kind of concept in place, you don't have to worry about, for example, encryption anymore, because you can let this piece of code, this piece of software, do all encryption for you. And it's no longer, it's basically kind of included in the infrastructure. So you have, in a picture like this, an environment like this, like I said several times already, it's pretty clear, it's very clear, it's not easy. If you're especially in cloud environments where not you have public cloud, private cloud, for example, mixed, or you have some of your cloud deployments in AWS, some in Azure. You need to build a kind of a system around what already is available. But if and when you get there, you really be able to assert full control and have full benefits of a cloud architecture, agility, quality, scalability. Security will follow the workload, and you're not worried anymore about deploying the workload behind security or behind a security firewall. There's no reason anymore to discuss with the security guys, hey, I need this port open, I need to talk to this guy, it doesn't work, okay, let's open all ports, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's happened to me so many times. Okay, I open all ports, everything's working, I'm tired, let's go home. I forget to close the ports again, and all you're doing is living with major security flaws. You'll have complete visibility and control over communication at the application level, not at the network level. Again, like I mentioned before, you could build encryption at this level, so you don't have to worry about data encryption anymore. And kind of like the Olymp of security, you could potentially provide continuous compliance at real time. So if there is a breach, if you have an attack, if you need to react to something bad, you not just have your compliance check can alert you immediately, and you can even go a step further and say you have real-time forensic to work on. So I used to have a boss once. He actually finished every meeting we ever had with this sentence, and I'd like to extend it with have fun, build some cool software. But I think we as developers, we are responsible for what we deploy, and if we stay paranoid, I really believe strongly that our results will be more secure in this ever-changing world, in this ever more dangerous world for IT workloads. The cloud is a fun place to be, but can also be a very challenging place to be. And if we're not careful, you know, I can talk for Switzerland, but there's not a day which doesn't go by which I don't read of some pretty major corporation being hacked. Let it be ransomware, let it be data stolen, whatever. And I think it's our task as developers to help fight this. So I thank you very much for listening to me. And yeah, I will hand back over to Stefan.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, and Now let's have a look at the questions. Bum, bum, bum. So first and topmost highest voted question was, what got you into technology as a career field? Interesting one, actually.
Interesting question. Yeah, what got me into technology as a career? I think it was when I was a kid, we were allowed to visit a bank. So this is a real answer. This is not a joke answer. And I was fascinated. They had a huge kind of printer. That was really, when printers were like as big as cabinets, and they printed my name with. So each letter was on its own page and made up of letters of the letter. So the R in Rita was a page full of R's. He dialed in and took down the mainframe, and it was painful to watch a mainframe die in like half an hour, and you couldn't do anything about it. And that got me hooked on security.
Oh, yeah. And when a mainframe dies in half an hour, that's a fast mainframe, or?
Well, yeah. But it's like you can't do anything, so you can't. You just watch. It's like watching an elephant get shot and bleed to death. It was really.
Yeah. Then there's the question. You were talking about continuous pen testing, yeah?
Yeah.
And here there is the question, when you say continuous pen testing,
Team, you'll have some manual pen testing if you can afford a red team, or you think you want to afford a red team. But I mean, you look at pen testing today. You take a toolbox like Kali Linux. You can set up so much automation. And again, I'll take a step back and say, okay, what are our abuse cases? So understanding your abuse cases, you might not have an out-of-the-box automated pen test today, but it's something which is easy to develop. So you can kind of continuously control these typical attack vectors which you experience. And it's kind of, if you do CI/CD, and I don't know how many CDs you do per day. If it's 100 and you're continuously testing against your known vectors against these new deployments, I say it's better than doing nothing.
mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, a typical pen test cycle today is you call a pen test company, they come and do the pen test, they'll do 1 week, 2 weeks, super professional work. You get a report, it's good or bad, or you have 2 or 3 things you have to fix. You fix them, then you go back to hibernation mode, and you don't do it for another year.
Okay.
Situation I come across quite a bit.
Okay. Do you think that cybersecurity career will vanish due to the new very secure technologies and the automated security tools?
No, I think it's just starting, to be honest, because like I tried to bring across what we were looking at in this kind of talk was workload protection. So we were basically, in other words, protecting the server side. But if you look at the perimeter, the security perimeter of a typical corporation, it's think 20 years back, there was a building, there was a front door, there was a local area network. That's what you protected. Now you're protecting the world. You don't know where you've. Again, I can talk for Switzerland, but I know so many companies who are still forced to do home office.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't travel at the moment, so I can't say you're doing this in Bali or you're doing this in I don't know where, Dubrovnik. You're typically in the country, but you're anywhere. You can be in a coffee shop, you can be at home. And this perimeter is becoming more and more complex. The attack vectors are becoming bigger and bigger. So, I mean, the simple answer to that question is no. I think it's going to become more challenging over the coming years.
Okay. So the next question would be, where can we get access to the slides? Will you share your slides?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
So if you send them to us, we can put them in a place.
I just have to mention, I don't know, I was playing around with PowerPoint because I usually work on Linux. So I usually use OpenOffice, and I notice PowerPoint has a new cool feature where you can define sections. So if you go through the slides, they won't be in the same order as I showed them because I was diving into sections, but you'll see how it works.
Yeah, I think we would only distribute PDFs.
Yeah.
So
but I'm saying the PDF will not be chronological to the way I showed them. You'll have the thank you slide after slide 6, and the other slides follow.
So it's a puzzle. It's an included puzzle.
Yeah, it's a puzzle as well. Yeah.
So, and then there is also the question, what is a workload basically what is a workload as an example? Exactly how does it actually dynamically follow workload, the PEP in this case? Okay,
so what is a workload? A workload is anything basically with an endpoint. So I know I have this discussion every now and again. So it's academic discussions, but so I would say a workload is anything with IP address and a port. So it can be a Lambda function can be a workload. That's kind of like the smallest workload. Then you can have a old-fashioned piece of hardware in a data center with an IP address and a lot of functionality behind it. That's also a workload. But okay, today we talk about workloads. It's mainly something as a service.
Yeah.
So it's IIS, XAAS, anything that's a workload. And it's usually dynamic. So it's virtualized. It runs somewhere. Maybe you know where, maybe you don't. And yeah, that's kind of like the very high level of what a workload is. So usually I say IP address, port. There was a second part to that question.
Yes, what is PEP and exactly how does it actually follow the workload?
That's a challenge. I mean, the problem is it doesn't follow it yet. So that's something something which has to be orchestrated, if that's probably the best word to use. So, okay, ideal world. I can only talk about the ideal world. Yeah, when you're developing a workload, so function of work, you as a developer in general know what you're doing. So you can say this workload is intended to I don't know, deliver birth dates. Come back to another example I used. and you define this kind of information. You tag your code, so it's somewhere in a text file in your DevOps process. You give some context to this workload. During deployment, when this gets pushed to production, this information is then matched with, for simplicity reasons, the database.
Mm-hmm.
And this database knows, based on this tagging information you pass it on to, okay, this workload is intended for giving birth dates and requires this and that security policy. So it has to talk, it's talked to by client A, and it talks to database C to get this information.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the fly, it's really during deployment, this workload gets instrumented with firewall knowledge. I'll call it firewall knowledge to keep it simple. It's not really a firewall anymore,
Mm-hmm.
but like some kind of backpack to this workload with the knowledge of which components, which other workloads it communicates with.
Mm-hmm.
So you're no longer putting a network level firewall in front of everything and letting all traffic through, but you're protecting the workload itself.
Yeah. So maybe this has also some connections to another question we have. It says you have hinted on ports. How do hackers use ports to breach into a system?
Sorry, I didn't understand this question.
You have hinted on ports. How
Yeah.
do hackers use ports to breach into a system?
Yeah.
That's the question. Yeah.
Well, okay, I didn't quite get the question there. I mean, at the end of, like I said, there's front door and there's this like north-south bound traffic.
Yeah.
That's when you hack onto an IP address port. You know, it's like when you break in through the network layer and you create a secure shell, you create an SFTP connection, you guess a password, you're in the system. And then there's the east-west kind of traffic, which can originate from a user giving away a password, resulting in data being transferred from one workload to another behind the firewall. So, I mean, there's different kinds of hacks. So the old school hacks, the script kiddies from China, they come through the front door. They try to come through the front door, and that's the IP address port kind of level of hacking.
Mm-hmm.
If that was the question, I'm not quite sure I got that one right.
I'm also not quite sure if this was the question, but let's think that the question is answered. There's also studies who is answering from us, asking from a small team company of developers, how can we apply the ideas you presented? We take care of libraries and module updates. Do you mean internal traffic? That's a good question. It's because it's somehow not understandable as a sentence.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I take the last part of the question, yes, I mean internal traffic. Yeah, I mean, there was quite a recent kind of breach in, I think it was Tomcat. I'm not quite sure which web server, but it was pretty easy to hack. Just keep it simple to hack it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, if you take a normal workflow among components, let's take 3-tier architecture, you have the web server talking to the service, talking to the database.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no reason for the database to talk back to the web server. But this hack allowed that. So that's how they kind of provoked the data breach, was the web server talking to the database directly.
Okay.
And if you call this internal traffic, that's what I'm trying to propagate, we can protect against that. Exactly, this is the microsegmentation of not allowing the web server to talk to the database.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which you have in a typical environment.
Unfortunately. Then we have Fuad. He says, thank you for the awesome presentation. And
welcome, thank you.
Also, Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous, who says, thanks, that was an amazing talk. And do I really want to pronounce this name? Rumurf. Yeah. I think this must be some kind of a special abbreviation. Someone taught me to make misuse case model along with use case model. I think it's the practice that should be followed every time in development.
I agree, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, perfect.
But few people do it, at least that's my experience.
I like this misuse case model. I will write that on my list of things to do.
He calls it misuse case. Yeah, I use abuse case, but yeah, I think we mean the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So it's about time we get to an end. My colleague is already hitting me with a big stick. You cannot see this because he does this under the table. And
okay.
I was in training with some Shaolin monks to endure the pain. Okay. I say thank you, Reto. And
thank you as well. Thank you for everybody for listening.
And this was a nice session, and we did it against all the odds. And see you next time around.
See you another time. Yeah, thanks. Have a nice one.
You
bye.
too.
Ciao, Stefan. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And we are back. So, Live Week number 2, in partnership with Digital Switzerland, but that's not our only partner. We are this week also powered by Helvetia, and the partner of the day is the Swiss Post. But as you could see in the break loop, these are not the only partners. We have a bunch of media partners, and Yes, very supportive community partners. And we are also very grateful that they join with speakers, that they stream things live. Be sure to also have a look at the wearedevelopers.com/live/live-week page, because there are still some slots available for career advice with one of our beloved talent people, and you can book a slot there. So make sure you use Slido for Q&A and let us know anything you think. And I think now it's time to roll that intro and also have a look who is coming up next. And this will be the intro to Anna Bacher, and she will talk about how to cause a massive data breach. She has in brackets also or prevent. So it depends on if you have a white or a black hat or a gray hat, or if you do not wear hats at all, you can do your choosing. So let's roll that intro.
Good afternoon. Can anyone hear me? I don't hear you. Hello?
Hi there, Anna. It was an extremely long break because somebody, and that was me, was busy drinking his coffee, and I had to roll the right intro to introduce you the right way. I'm terribly sorry for that. How are you today? Ready to get rolling?
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so I say the stage is yours and you can share your screen and I'll be in the background. See ya.
Thank you very much. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. That's very great to have you here and to have a possibility and opportunity to talk to you today. So if you ever wondered how data breaches happen, then it seems like now in 2020, a new company is breached every 5 minutes. But how exactly do these breaches happen? How do hackers get their hands on sensitive data? In reality, one of the more common ways for a company to be breached is through software vulnerabilities. And today I'm going to talk about a simple yet very impactful vulnerability that attackers often use to gain access to sensitive customer data. And this is called IDOR. I'm wearing today two hats. So from one perspective, I'm a white hat hacker. And from another perspective, I will look what the developers face. That's why the title of my presentation, that it's really in the hands of a developer, whether to cause or prevent a massive data breach. As a way of small introduction, I'm a certified ethical hacker. I come back a long history of 20 years when hacking was my hobby, then it started being a profession. I'm also a CTO at Charuna GmbH. So this is their cybersecurity company based in Vienna. What we're doing, this AI-based vulnerabilities detection and prevention solution. And I'm recently appointed as a EC Council University Information Security Advisory Board member. So there is a hacker attack every, let me try to put it there. So every 39 seconds. In accordance to the National Institute of Standard of Technology of the US Department of Commerce, 90% of applications are vulnerable. The majority of cybercrime incidents are a result of a software vulnerability exploitation. And often the application vendors regularly release security patches, updates meant to plug these vulnerabilities and reduce the likelihood of a successful attack. Yet, and this is the statistics of this year, 90% are still vulnerable. So today we're going to talk about IDOR. So the abbreviation stands for Insecure Direct Object Reference. And this is the OWASP. So the OWASP is Open Web Application Security Project, recognizes IDOR as one of the top 10 security vulnerabilities for 2020. And IDOR falls into the OWASP category known as broken access control. And why we are talking about IDOR today? So as a class of vulnerabilities, IDOR is arguably one of the most difficult to systematically defend against in an enterprise code base. And it's really ease of exploitation combined with potential for impact makes it a high risk vulnerability. In general, in the security industries, there are two main approaches to defend against threats. And first is to prevent them from happening. If this is not possible, then to make sure you can detect them from for the fast remediation. The problem with IDOR, this is difficult to do either one. And starting with the impact. What would be the consequences of IDOR exploitation? So the general consequence is the confidentiality compromise and leak of sensitive information. There is an account takeover, which is meaning that there is a complete breach of the account of the person so that attacker can get access to all information that the account possesses. And this is the impact on the availability. So when there is an attacker can delete some files, which are important, like system files, then those files, those missing files could lead to the system, to the server crash. So as all three of them are very high impactful, we are going to look at them in more detail. Talking about impact, probably some of you heard on May 24th last year, 885 million sensitive mortgage documents were stolen. And the leakage happened from the website of the First American Financial Corporation. And this is the second largest US insurer. So that this was a very high impactful data breach. And what happens next is on 22nd of July. So basically this year, the First American Corporation was charged by New York's top financial regulator. So with exposing millions of documents with sensitive consumer information. And this is the first, but certainly not the last, the regulator's cybersecurity enforcement case. And the penalties could be significant because the regulator considers each instance of exposed personal information a separate violation with a maximum of $1,000 penalty per exposed documents. So you can multiply $1,000 by the number of stolen documents and consider the financial impact of that. And how the IDOR is typically exploited. So if you look at this slide, you see that one of the very common cases is manipulation of the URL, of the website URL. So here you have URL, which includes the document ID and of 1001. And as an authenticated and authorized user, you should be able to get access to this document. And if the website is vulnerable to IDOR, then you are manipulating with a URL and let's say you try to get the document ID 1003. This belongs to the other user, but suddenly you get access to it. So that basically means that you've got unauthorized access to some other people's documents. And this is exactly what happened to First American Corporation, as their digitalized records were available without authentication to anyone with a web browser. So anyone who knew the URL for a valid document at the website could view other documents just by modifying a single digit in the link. Now I will switch to another screen. So just give me a second. Now I'd like to wear my white hacker hat and show you how easy is that to simply attack the IDOR vulnerable application. So for that, I go into my Kali Linux machine. So this is what the penetration tester typically uses, and also ethical hackers, and not only ethical. So I log into this one. So now I have lots of and here I'm using the tool which is called Burp Suite Community Edition. So Burp Suite is the tool which is also used typically by penetration testers and by ethical hackers in order to detect the vulnerability and hopefully report it to the owner of the web resource. And I'm also using, as a demonstration, I'm also using the OWASP Juice Shop. So OWASP Juice Shop is the application which contains a lot of intended security vulnerabilities. So it's actually supposed to be the opposite of a best practice or template application for the opposite of the template application for web developers. So the first attack which I'm using, so here, in order to start, I need to create some user. So this is what I'm doing now. And we say we are developers. Test. Now I need a password. And of course, it's still very popular to ask like a security question. So I will provide the name of my favorite pet. So let it be Phil. And I register. Now I should be able to log in as a new user. So test. Then I have a password. So I should be able to log in. Yes. And here, what I have is the like a page, like e-commerce shop, where I can order some different products. So in the first hack attack, let's say demo attack, I will do by accessing some other person's basket. So to do this, I first take and place something into my own basket. So, and this is I'm doing in order to check whether there is how it works basically. So let's see whether it will be added. Takes a bit while. Okay, now I have one product in my basket. Let me add something else. So probably. Okay, now I have more than 3 products. That is very good. So I come to my basket now. So, and When it's loaded, you will see that I have several, basically several products. So banana juice, apple, banana juice 2 times even. So okay, and apple. Now I go to the burp suite tool, and here I see lots of different requests which were intercepted. So I'm looking into the latest ones. Now I see that there is a basket request. So I check what's going on here. So I see that there is an authorization. So there is an authorization token which has been created for me, and that obviously there is some digit here, number 6. So it could be anything. So that probably not very interesting for me. So I'll check some other. Okay, and now this request is interesting. So what I see here is that there is a product ID, there is a basket ID, and there is a quantity. So number 6, which I've seen in the other request, is the basket ID, which I created. So going into the response, I see that indeed there is a success. There is a product ID 24. And has been added to the basket ID 6, so this should be okay. Now, there are a couple of other requests. And now let me send this specific request to the repeater. So repeater is the tool which allows me to modify the requests and test application. So first I will send the same request which I already have, and here I have the successful status, and then I have here banana juice which I added, quantity 2. I click too many times on one product, and then I have also the apple pommes. So the result seems to be correct. Now, knowing that the basket ID is 6, what I will try to do now is to change it, just guessing. So if mine is 6, probably other people added some products into their baskets, and it would mean that their basket ID could be something like less than 6. So I modify here the request, and I send again this request. And let's see, as you could see here now, I reached someone else's basket, because here the ID is 4, and raspberry juice, this was now in my basket. And basically that means that without any authentication, I was able to reach to other person's basket. So basically this is one of the examples of the IDORs, and maybe this would be not a very impactful if it's just a basket, but if it is, for example, the user information, or if it is, like, let's say, card information, then it could be very impactful. So I'd like to demonstrate you one more example. So how I can manipulate basically the reviews which was added to the products. So I try to go away from my basket. The navigation here is not always straightforward, but I will try. So and now I will check for the products which has some, let's say, some reviews on that. So let's say carrot juice. I hope there is the reviews on this. So yes, so there is one review here, and there is a user who logged in here, and there is some details. So I can also write a review. I can say, let's say, great product. And I submit it. Okay, now there are two reviews, one from another user and one is my review. So, and now I go back to the intercept, to my history, And what I see here, this is the review which I posted. So let's see whether, yes, so this is my review. I have a message, great product, and I have the offer here, who is doing that. So this is supposed to be good. So if I want to modify the review and say this is the offer is not me, so let me try to again to go to the repeater, and let's say I want to modify the offer. So I'm kind of impersonate the other person. Let's say test. The offer will be different. gmx.com. And there would be a great product modified. Now, I will try to send it again. And as you can see here, the status is success. So I suppose if I go back to that carrot juice, I think it was, so, and I open it in the reviews. Now you see there are 3 reviews here, and one of them is just for me. And I added it from my own account. Again, this is the example of IDOR vulnerability. What I can also do is modify someone else's review, which is of course already worse than what I'm experiencing now. So first, let's see whether I can modify my own one. So this was my own review. So edit review, great product. Modified by Anna. So again, I'm going back to my tool, to Burp Suite, and I see whether there is a modification. So there is one request here, which looks like modification, which I just did. And so I have here some ID, I have a message, a great product. So, and let's see if I send it here, there would be a success. Now, there is an offer, which is still me, and there is a message which is modified. So there is a product and there is an update, and there is some ID, which is also here. So let's see whether I can change that. So let's see whether I can modify someone else. So if I look into this one, just supposingly I have, yes. So what I see here is there is another user whose offer is that EVOG something. And what I have here in this request, also the ID. So basically, what I should be able to do is to use his ID to modify, without any authorization, to modify this copy review. Now I have it here. So if I check and say ID, and I paste the ID of another user. Yeah, hopefully I'm doing it. I pasted it correctly. So we'll see in a moment. And I would say there is a and I will try again to send it. So, and now I see there is a modification on the offer, on the message, should be updated, modified. So if I go back to that product, which was the carrot juice, and check again whether I have sorry, there's so I see the reviews which are there. what is going on here? Now, I see there's 3 reviews here. And as you can see, what I was able to do is to modify his review with my new message. So I'm an ethical hacker. So this is how easy it is for the hacker to spot the IDOR vulnerability and to be able to get access to other people's data. So if this is the end of my small demo, and I wanted to show you also some other cases and which was found by the other hackers. So if you basically go into the GitHub, and so we'll see, yes, and HackerOne is the hacker platform. And if you check it, this link in the GitHub, what you will see for the IDOR vulnerabilities, that there recently were a huge number of them, which impacts really big corporations. For example, this vulnerability for the PayPal, this is it was enable a hacker to add secondary user in the business managed users. Another vulnerability allows access to payments data of any user, which is not VPN. Supposedly, VPN should be secure, but not. This is a bit easier, probably. This is allows to delete photos and albums from a gallery, which doesn't belong to you. There is a vulnerability about editing other videos. And this example is, for example, account takeover via IDOR. This is for the Starbucks. For that one specifically, there is a great post which is written here and by the hacker who found that vulnerability. And if you go and look through all the details, so you see that they're also using some penetration testing tool, so to check the request and responses exactly how I did it now. For this specific case, that account takeover, which was basically prevented, the impact would have been the information leak of 6 million Starbucks customers. And the reasons for that was like threefold. The first one, and this is, they discuss it in the article. So the first one is that either in the API users info endpoint call, and this call could be made by unauthenticated users to obtain information of any other user on the platform. So you can even make the API call and obtain the response without being logged in. So the second problem is that you could also impersonate any user of the platform and just log in with your own credentials and change the member ID in the response. So this is similar to what I just showed you. And the third problem was related to the IS encryption, encryption keys. So I encourage you to go and check this explanation and also check how many different variations is basically posted there. But now coming back to the developer side. So basically, why it is so easy to exploit, and at the same time it is so difficult, so hard to prevent, specifically for developer. So, and the main problem is that there is no really a system that can easily be implemented to mitigate it. So, for example, for cross-site scripting attacks, you can leverage an effective templating system. For SQL injection attacks, you can use the parameterized queries. And for IDOR, a common industry recommendation is to leverage a mapping, so kind of random string, to make it harder to enumerate values as an attacker. So like I did enumerate it today, the basket ID. And so to make it, and in terms of the first American corporation, the attacker enumerated the documents ID. So, and the second point is a second industry recommendation is to perform access control checks before manipulating resources. So, and while this is easier to do, it's more suitable for spot fixing, and it's very manual process to enforce via code audits. So, and furthermore, it requires developers to know when and where to implement the access control checks. So for example, if you put at the ORM level, you may need to consider legitimate administrative cases for when you need to bypass these checks. So how can we ensure that all developers are actively thinking about this IDOR attack vector and how to mitigate it? There are a couple of resources which are available, and we also at Chiruna post together this example. So this example using the open source code property graph, and I will show you which one. And this code property graph, if you're a bit involved in the secure coding, you know that in the recent couple of 3-4 years, the code property graph started to be used in order to express, let's say, vulnerability. So as standard static analysis tools are typically use AST is the only source and produces lots of false positives. Code property graphs is the multi-graph, so that contains the AST, it contains the code control flow graph, it contains the data dependency graph. So this some vulnerabilities are very complex and it requires the analysis of all control flows and data dependency graphs. So we use one of those open source code property graph tools, and for vulnerability IDOR, we implemented rule 639. 639 is the categorization, common vulnerability and exposures number, which is assigned by industry to IDOR. So here you will see this is the rules which we implemented. And what it does is that, so the rule classes is a set of classes which are often used in web application at entry points and functions which serves user input. And rule calls is a set of methods which we found also to be very, very relevant. So here, this is the rules what we used. And this is the file or the project which we tested. So this project is vulnerable to IDOR, and it's basically several methods are vulnerable to IDOR. And if I look into them, I will go through this. So, for example, this one here. This one is returns user information by user ID, but what it does not do, it does not check that that doesn't compare the user ID from request argument and user ID from authentication token. That's why it's possible to use it, to attack it and exploit it. So there is another method which is vulnerable, and this is here. So this method updates user information by user ID. And there are a couple of other methods, which is, I'm looking for them now. So this would be, so this is very typical what happens when there is no additional checks against IDOR in the code. So for example, this one here, this is updates user avatar by user ID. So, and there are a couple of others. So here, this is the way, this is the file which we use. So we also implemented the service, which we called Chiruna CPG GVM. So this is the service which takes these rules and also which takes the file, the potentially vulnerable file, and creates an output which looks like that. So it's a bit difficult to read, but as an output, it has the actual control property graph, and it also shows you that there is some method or some nodes would be vulnerable to different vulnerability IDs. So let me show you. So for example, some of them is vulnerable to also to 639. So this is so this is possible to use. I should admit that with this rule set, even though this is quite efficient, we have in this file 7 true positive, but it also created 17 false positives, even though the file is small. So this is really better than the typical rule-based tools, because it creates the property graph and analyzes all dependencies. So if you could see here, there will be nodes, and then there will be the different labels. So it's ASTR dependencies, it's control flow graphs dependencies, it's data flow graphs. So here, dependencies. So this is the complete code property graph, which was constructed and analyzed in order to find these vulnerability types. So this is one way of checking. So the developer can use such service, so like ours, and run it through the code in order to see the vulnerabilities. It's as said, it's more efficient because simply it uses not just static rules, it's also analyzing the dependencies which are control flow and data dependency. I wanted to show you that the parser, which called property graph, open source. This is the library. So please feel free to try also and check whether you could find your other rules. So another possibility would be, as you probably heard, there is GitHub recently bought the company called Semler and introduced so-called code QL. So this is the different, let's say, queries which are presented for different type of vulnerabilities. So when I searched for the vulnerability, which is IDOR, so I came across only this one here, which is so this one query here, which is quite which is of course not enough, because if you look into other queries, that's about a couple of thousands or more now queries, and only one is supposed to check the IDOR vulnerability. So this specific query will not find any vulnerability, even though there are 7 IDOR vulnerabilities in the file which I showed you, but simply because it checks only for input fields with a user ID. So there is no field, and in this file, which I showed you, there is no fields with the name user ID. And as you've seen, there is a possibility to change also other data, which is related to the user, but not exactly the user ID. And this rule works like for any source from remote access, so web requests, for any sync. Also, if there is variable node named user ID in control flow graph between sources sync, and if this variable is not compared to any other value, then it returns source sync and node with message authenticated user ID from. So again, this is the better way still to find and probably you could modify that specific script as well, or the specific query as well for your own situation, and run it and find it in your code. So this is another possibility. And as part of our company research, we tried, as I showed you, different ways, and we found out. And I'm coming back to one of my slides. So we found out that there is. Even though that the code property graph is a very useful way to minimize the false positives and maximize the true positives in comparison to other rule-based static analysis tools, open source and available in the market, we understood that it's still producing quite a number of false positives. So therefore, we came a step further, and we use the control property graph as their first kind of data preparation step, so that in order to analyze the real dependencies and in the code and code intent, so to dive deep, let's say, into the code, so to be able to check for vulnerabilities more efficiently. And as a second step, or as a major step, we use the neural networks, which are basically configured to work directly with the graphs. And as a result, we are able to as a result, we are able to detect vulnerabilities with higher precision and high accuracy. I'd like to show you just the same file which I showed you now in the IDE. So this is a web interface, but it also works. A solution also works for the IDE, IntelliJ IDE. And here I have this specific file. So I scanned it, and I would like to show you that there's a 639. This is the IDOR vulnerability. So how it looks like. Now, what it does, it highlights this basically one quite a big file which has multiple methods, which I discussed before, and which contains this IDOR vulnerability. So they are all highlighted in the code, and so you could see it here. I'm scrolling down, and also what we trained the neural network to do is to generate a fix suggestion. So here you could see that there is a machine generated fix. For that, we also use the neural networks. So we train them on a bad code, and so the code before fix and the code after fix, so that the machine is learning to generate patches automatically. So as you could see here, the patch is it has been provided, and what it does, it's check token, verifies that user is logged in, and returns a user ID of logged in user before fix, and it is. And this is the fix. So this fix is to compare a user ID from request argument and a user from authentication token. So basically to make sure that the logged in user is authorized to perform an action or to perform an activity which he's trying to perform. In this step, I'd like to say thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Hello. So, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. And I think there are also some people out there who have some questions when it comes to the topic of ethical hacking. For instance, there is Anonymous, of course, how could it be different, who says, oh, what do you think is the best way for a junior web developer to get into ethical hacking? He finds it interesting.
Yes, I think that the best way probably to, because you're already a programmer and you understand all these different HTTP and REST APIs, and this is where the many vulnerabilities are. Also, when you look into the entry points of the web application, this is for SQL attacks and etc. So I would suggest just to go into some video in the YouTube and type in something like vulnerability and how to attack the vulnerability, like IDOR or anything. And there are lots of resources. I showed you today the juice shop. So this is the vulnerable application, which is not safe to run on your computer. So you need to create a virtual machine for that. But you could certainly go and read the information, and there are lots of also material and YouTube videos which provides the explanation how to hack, for example, the juice shop. So that would be my suggestion to start with, and afterwards just go deeper into the direction where he feels he's more interested in.
Okay. And then there is again RMRF, who says, I used to change the prices in HTTP requests on PayPal redirects from unsecured sites. Good old days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody posted the link to the HackerOne reports. And then there is also, are RESTful APIs possible to be secured from IDOR attacks?
I would say this is very difficult. So there is a good resource. There is a research which was done by Microsoft, I think last year, where they were researching especially on how to secure REST APIs. So I need to look for it, and I can send that research request. So basically what they suggest is to use the stateful fuzzer. So, and stateful fuzzer would kind of keep the two different stages of the application, which are using the APIs. So basically, this is the very early stages, I would say, for the fuzzer and for the research itself. So it's still quite a manual process to check, but it certainly has a great potential because the APIs are now exposed everywhere. So in the current architectural standards, there are no further monolithical kind of architectures. Every service are exposed to APIs. So this is certainly the way forward. But the answer is no. There is not yet a great way to automatically cover APIs. So to test whether there is an IDOR in the API or not.
Okay. Then there is a mention of a t-shirt, which is nice. So we can decide if it's yours or mine or both. And Anonymous also said, good example. In fact, the basket is already quite useful if you would be looking for coupon codes that are not publicly accessible. Sounds good.
Okay. Yes. Are there any questions from developers?
And that's the good
Because
question.
it looks more like hackers. Basically, from my perspective, I'm more now focused on, let's say I'm CTO and I'm trained developer. I haven't been developing myself for quite some time. So I'm more on the hacking side because I'm constantly looking for the ways how a hacker would think and attack and how the developer can prevent. So this is my my goal. So it would be interesting to hear the developer experience.
There is a question from Thomas who says, are there any OS tools one could use inside the CI/CD pipeline to detect such vectors? So something we could plug into the pipeline?
Yes, so basically you mean which OS would be? So this is, or which language?
It's, I think OS is in sense of open source, so I think that's neutral regarding the language.
Open source. Okay, so I understand. So open source. I have not come across of any plugins. What I've seen is there are SAS tools which are static analysis, but they are kind of 10 years old. Some of them open source are better supported, some are not, but they are rule-based, so they're very scientifically outdated. And for open source, they're not really very much used. If you look into better tools that would be based on a core property graph, there is a I know that Shift Left open sourced some of its code property graph, and I'm not sure whether there are many queries available there which could be used, or there is any plugin. I don't think so. As for the GitHub, I just showed you today that if you search, I myself only found only one query out of a couple of thousand, so whatever they have now. So it's certainly the way that there would be a new further way of development. So this is certainly in terms of open source, it's not really much available. However, I would say that we also do provide, we do integrate with development lifecycle, so DevOps, and we have plugins to integrate with a Bitbucket, for example. We can analyze pull requests. We have integrated with Jenkins. So this is, and we are all constantly on the development. So we are not open source, but we have something for the open source projects, which is free. And we also have a commercial solution for the enterprise code. So which is dependent on the number of users.
Okay, good. So there are some more questions and also additional comments. There's also a great session. You just merged all technologies, making it best session, which is a very nice comment from Nike.
Oh, thank you.
I will copy all of these questions which we couldn't answer now and send it to you. So maybe we can do a short follow-up video, or we write something up, or we hop on a call and do it in audio only and see that people get their answers. And now I have to say thank you, Anna, and I will be back in a sec. And bye-bye, Anna.
Thank you very much for the attention, for the interest, and I'm very happy that there is a concern about making their application secure, also on the developer side. This was my really reason for my talk today. Not so much to train the hackers how to hack, but to show the developers how easy it is to really exploit, and how difficult it is, and how little tools are there to basically prevent. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer questions.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
I love this video. So Sentry manages everything which you cannot kill with a hammer. No, actually I wanted to make a Switzerland joke. If you can repair your phone after you have hit it with a hammer and use the Swiss knife, then you are MacGyver. Talking about MacGyver. No, I'm not talking about MacGyver. I'm not talking about Arno. And Arno will be with us in a few seconds. He's just relaxing in the spa. No, actually not. He's waiting for us. And this is why I move him now into our room. And Arno will talk about... What will you be talking about, Arno? Tell it to me, please. Okay, so I will not be the one keeping you from the audience. I will simply say the stage is yours and looking forward.
In Switzerland, and then the resulting benefits, the because, to basically give you all the ammunition, whether you are a security professional to get inspiration from what you could do, or whether you are a developer that would want to argue for this word of collaboration, to have basically give you everything that you need. One slide about myself. My name is Arno. I'm on Twitter, LinkedIn, and of course, if you have questions about me, feel free to reach out via email as well. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Vision, the DevOps company based in Zurich, Switzerland. We are an operations engineering company helping developers to run their own business. And that is basically why I'm speaking to you today. Of course, being a Swiss company, we have a lot of companies in banking and insurance worlds, which of course, security, both in checkbox certification and stuff, but of course also operational security is a big topic for me. So let's kick off with a short, throwback in history. How do we do like waterfall software project management before? We had first all the requirements, then we did all the design necessary. We did all the implementation, and after that we could do validation or testing. And after that, the project was done, and we only did some little maintenance, right? And in an ideal world, that might be the picture that some managers have in their head when they think about a software product or software project process. But if you have worked in the industry for some years, you might know that there might be some maintenance involved, right? Whether it's updating dependencies or whatever the maintenance is, there is maintenance. There might be new features, there might be more functionality. Maintenance, well, starts to be pretty big, right? And so that's why we as an industry came up with the agile software development process, where when we know that the maintenance will be like a key part, hey, let's grab the bull by its horns. Let's be proactive. Let's think about the process where the business has requirements. We then do one iteration of these requirements up until the release, and then we can go back to the business and ask them, okay, what's your next requirement? What's your next feature? And then continue doing that. And at each release, it basically falls out into the operation. As an operations engineer, we're used to getting, firefighting as a service. That's picture of me in 2014 when I founded the company, or shortly before I founded the company. I felt that as an operations engineer doing software operations, we were being reactive. And that's why DevOps, the collaboration between software developers and operations, where the focus is on teamwork, the focus is on continuous improvement, the focus is on efficiency and having something lean to try out and gather experience, and of course, being able to react to new requirements in a way that the business can and will. We know they can and will change their minds. We take that as a fact. And we use, as operations engineers, we use a lot of tooling from software developers, like continuous integration, like infrastructure as code, which enables us then to automate ourselves away so that we can get more efficient. And so we came up with this process of requirements design, implementation, testing, and then from release, deployment, operation, back to monitor, which of course then feeds back into the requirements. For example, if we have a stability problem or something like that, that might be a non-functional requirement for the next iteration to fix bugs or improve stability, whatever that's needed, right? But you might know we have not talked about security, right? We have been doing software projects, and now we have the minimal viable product, and now we want to deploy that publicly, right? And we've been following this for a few iterations, and then we come to security and say, hey, we'd like to now make this publicly accessible, and security comes and says no. Why? Well, just as with operations, where we've developed software and then it's operations problem, we kind of did the same mistake again, right? We did all our work, and then at the very end, we went and talked to security. And that is a problem. That is a problem because security will have to say no, because basically what security has or security needs is non-functional requirements, right? And that's the whole point of DevSecOps, is to have a to-do list of non-functional requirements, and whether that is what data will we process and are there risks involved with that? How do we ensure secure practices in the implementation? How we validate security during testing? How do we have like traceability, auditability, both in release and deploy? Availability might also be something that the security engineer and security specialist is concerned with, and of course then detecting anomalies, security anomalies during operations, during monitoring, to be able to feed back changes for fraud detection or whatever that might be then necessary. That is something that is actually it's just a non-functional requirement, but it is a requirement, and there are specialists, and there should be specialists involved in this whole process, and it should not come at the end. And that is basically the whole point of DevSecOps, of bringing and including security in the whole DevOps process. This is what I want to motivate you today, or this was the whole why this is necessary. And now I will go deeper into what and how you can do that. So just for my personal, there's like different subtopics of security of DevSecOps, right? So there's the whole, I call it AppSec, so the helping software developers with education, with requirements engineering, with design review, code review, that kind of, I call that AppSec. There's the software build, deployment, and operations part, more of the pipeline stuff, right? That one I've traditionally called DevSecOps. And then there's the whole incident detection, incident management, incident handling, incident response, which I call SecOps. And as you can see, basically they're just rearranging or subgroups of the DevSec and Ops parts, where there's like a different focus, of course, if you're more in the DevSec or more in the SecOps, or if you're in the middle in the pipeline. So that brings me to the DevSecOps principles. These will be in the test later. No, I'm kidding, but I mean, this is the core basically of the I think is of the DevSecOps mentality or approach to including security from the start. Increasing trust and transparency. Just as with DevOps and with operations and developers, you have to collaborate. You have to trust each other. You have to help each other. You have to be proactive about it. That is one of the key elements. That's why it's a number one. Of course, the risks and the probabilities of risks, that is something that you as a security professional is your daily job. And so helping a product owner with that, with going through the, okay, what kind of data you want to process and stuff like that, that is the job of collaboration and bringing that into the product, well, bringing it to the product owner's attention, basically, to be able to give it the right priority as well. Not trying to do everything up front, or even worse, at the very end of the process, but instead having the non-functional requirements all in the backlog, and then making sure that they are being worked on during the building up of the project, helps to have this getting into this incremental improvement mode, where you know that for a, I don't know, internal test or rollout, you don't need to have all the security that will be required for the public rollout, but at least there's stuff is being worked on, stuff is being continually improved, and you know that you already have some parts of the requirements covered when the product will go live, for example. Then, of course, there is already tooling in place from DevOps, so to continuous delivery pipeline, and of course, plugging in security into the continuous pipeline, I think is one of the key elements. Automating yourself away from, I don't know, manual periodic reviews. That doesn't mean that you can do manually periodic checks, for example, pen tests on top of that, but to leverage the automation in the security favor for code quality, for that kind of stuff. That is, I think, one of the key elements of integrating and collaborating with dev and ops. Managing dependencies, standardized third-party software, keep them current, making sure that you don't miss any updates or currently relevant updates of dependencies. That might be base Docker images, that might be software, that might be like code modules or that kind of plugins, that kind of stuff. I think that's the job of a security professional. Might, of course, also be included in the operations job, but at least making sure that it's being taken care of. And then govern with automated audit trails. I mean, that's kind of it's a very high level thing, but for me personally, that means a lot of self-service. So being proactive in the way of providing security services to developers, to the internal users, and then letting them deploy, letting them code, letting them do all that's required, and then of course have the logging, the who changed what, when, why part of a, I don't know, GitOps revision history or something like that, where you, if something happens, you can always go back and say, hey, why did we change that? Why, who opened this, whatever firewall or whatever that it was, so that people can work independently, but there is always the way of checking what and how and why was changed. And then, of course, education. So, for example, testing preparedness with security games, educating people, making sure all the, you have a security net around it, but it's sometimes also letting people fall into the security net for them to learn how it works, testing that. And of course, if you can do that in a safe environment, that is good for both you and the person learning something in the process. So I'm now going to zoom in, or to talk about specific measures in the DevOps process. That is more like an example. So, for example, in the build process, static code analysis, or integrating static code analysis for each commit as a security professional, of course, helps you to keep track code quality, test coverage, that kind of stuff. Can even check for known vulnerabilities, that kind of stuff, and of course aids the DevSecOps principle number 4. So to plug in security into the DevOps pipeline, that this is, for example, something you can do. Dependency management, I'm going to have an example for that as well. And then, of course, container image scanning, and also scanning your base images where you inherit from or something like that. That's all ties into this example to the standardized third-party software and keep them current. So to enable the self-service, but then have the security net of checking and of scanning. So, for example, SonarQube is a very popular tool to scan source code. Of course, there's might be a lot of false positives and stuff like that, which you as a security professional can then help to sort out. But at least the making errors and having them go through like undetected, that's something that you can help, for example, with that kind of tool. Me personally, I, for example, use Dependabot for my personal projects on GitHub. It's free to use. And I think they now have been acquired by GitHub. So anyway, it's basically just a tool that opens pull requests if your dependencies are outdated. So here, for example, I have a Python Hello World application that the Python dependencies, it checks the Python dependencies and it makes a pull request whenever there's an update available. And even some of them, so there's no example here, if they can label it like, hey, this is a security update. So this is, for example, something you should do check prioritize or something like that. Another thing is like container scanning. So as a security professional working for multiple projects or multiple tools or multiple business units, of course, you can integrate this kind of container scanning once and then have it run over the whole fleet of applications and services. And that, of course, helps you to have like some sort of baseline where you detect if there's outdated images being used, if there's new vulnerabilities popping up for existing images, that kind of stuff. For example, with Aquasec or Twistlock, or there's different like commercial tools, of course, and even some for open source, of course. But I mean, this is tooling that's already existing. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. You can buy it or make it yourself or integrate it yourself. But the point is, you have to integrate it once, and then you can use it basically for the whole fleet of your containerized zoo of applications. For test and development, I mean, having basic smoke tests, like will the container run when started? Being able to have as many test environments as necessary, having atomic container deployment, and rollback, so treating rollback just as a regular deployment helps, of course, getting the automation up to speed and giving not needing people to have root access to production instances, because they can just deploy the previous version and don't need to go on the server to manually do something or script something. That, of course, helps again to eliminate like manual errors and that kind of stuff. And ops, I mean, yes, collaborating with operations is something that, as a security professional, I think you should do to help bring the availability part of information security, of course, into operations. And so there's like, whether it's standardization and on minimal and hardened OS and container orchestrator, whether that's bringing an immutable infrastructure using containers, whether that's like rolling out separation over all the stuff, so not having multiple applications running on one server, detect, prevent configuration drift. I mean, these are all bringing tools, bringing processes to development and operations teams that help security, right? I already mentioned having like authentication, infrastructure, key and secrets management, making sure all the applications are centrally locked, both on the config, the administration plane, but also the application, the user traffic. This is something that's, of course, very, very easy to roll out, or this is something that's your interest as a security professional to roll out over all the applications in an as easy way as possible. And then zooming in further into using container isolation, for example, so to separate applications, services from each other using kernel namespacing, SE Linux, prevent running as root. This is all something that you can do using software containers with, of course, the security benefits listed here. And as we all know, one of the best known container technologies, Docker, is something that help you to implement that, right? Using container technology, like for example, Docker, also helps other software development best practices. For example, the 12-factor app pattern, where the operational security or the traceability of a release and having everything packaged within the container is, of course, a benefit that's not directly security related, but it's a best practice anyway for good reason. Now, containers alone don't solve all the problems. I love this tweet from 2016. It's already a few years old, but I think it's just as true still. So, I mean, using Docker, using containers in development, it's like one part, right? And then comes the learning cliff. And the learning cliff of, for example, having security for production, code quality, peer discovery, config changes, all of that that's then actually needed to run something in production. That's not something that containers by themselves, like Docker, the product, solve by themselves. So that's something that you need more tooling around. And so here comes the container orchestration, for example, using Kubernetes as a tool for that, which can take care of scheduling your containers onto different hosts, of making sure that the containers can find each other, and doing the service discovery, that kind of stuff. So helping the availability of applications by making sure the containers are there. And why I'm talking about that is that basically they're running like on different layers, right? So the Docker is more packaging, isolating, separating applications and application servers from each other, whereas Kubernetes is more about the service discovery, load balancing, replacing kind of like the operating system, right? You don't have to care about the operating system at least, but then of course making sure that they can find each other and distribute them each other, independent of the hardware that you use, right? So this is cloud native technology, cloud native computing, not cloud only computing. Right. So this works just as well in an on-premise environment as it does in the cloud. And basically this mobility, this layers of abstraction is something that you can use to your benefit, and of course then focus your efforts on the different layer. So as a security professional, you can put your security measures on the cloud or on-premise layer. You can put it on the Kubernetes layer that goes over all the containers, and then of course on the container layer, in addition, helping you to have you covered all your bases basically over there. And zooming into this, so the whole point of being able to abstract stuff away is also the whole point maybe of using containers, and whether you use them on premise where you stay responsible for the whole stack, or whether you move to a platform or a container as a service environment where you only control or have to care about the top part when replatforming, and can take the rest of the services as a service, whether it's from an internal or external service provider. That's of course something that helps you focus your efforts on where you can do the most impact. What I mentioned before with the layers of abstraction and using Kubernetes as the abstraction layer is basically the benefit of using or tapping into that ecosystem. So because, or if you use Kubernetes, you can use all the tooling and processes that are there that are already integrated for or into Kubernetes. So whether that is having all the containers logs collected and aggregated centrally, that's something that's already there and it's already integrated with Kubernetes that can then make sure that all your services log centrally. Whether it's Prometheus having like a container or service discovery already for Kubernetes that you can basically tell Prometheus to go and monitor all the metrics of all my applications running in this cluster, and then Prometheus goes and figures out the metrics, of course, provided that your applications have Prometheus compatible metrics. But for example, Kubernetes already has, or Prometheus can collect the Kubernetes metrics, the infrastructure metrics already. So that's something that's pre-integrated, right? And then SSL certificates, pre-integrated, for example, Let's Encrypt.org free certificates, the whole Docker, how does your code get into the container? That's something that's already pre-integrated basically, or you can bring your own base Docker image, right? Load balancing, ingress Kubernetes objects using Nginx or something else. The whole horizontal scaling, auto scaling, rolling deployments, deployment automation, green-blue deployments. I mean, I probably implemented 3 different types of green-blue deployments in my career, and they all suck because I never had the time to actually do it properly, because like a quick fix for one project, and Kubernetes already has it like built in different ways of rolling deployments, of replace deployments, basically whatever you might need, and that's something you don't have to reinvent the wheel for. And for example, having the whole image scanning both in the container repository and also at runtime is something that there's tooling already there that's pre-integrated, so you don't have to think so much about how to do it. You can focus on what's going to run inside it. Authentication, for example, using Keycloak, that's an open source software. It's basically a single sign-in out solution that can broker identities from wherever to wherever, not almost, okay? But it doesn't really matter where you use it, for OpenID Connect, for SAML, for Kerberos, Active Directory, and then providing for example, two-factor authentication on top, and then giving that as an internal endpoint, for example, for OpenID Connect, or to compatible authentication interface for your own applications, so you don't have to manage Active Directory credentials for each and every application. You just point them to the central web API, basically, that they can then authenticate users, give them assigned credentials, and they can then basically use their application without having to care about where the authentication information comes from and whether it was two-factor authenticated or not. And you don't have to implement and re-implement password checking over and over again. So that's something, for example, that's already there. I already mentioned logging, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana, or Elasticsearch FluentD, Kibana, or Greylog. I mean, there's those open source. That's already, everything is pre-integrated. And then you can basically provide it as a service to your users. Plus, you have the logs if you want to do incident management, tracing back, hey, where did this request came from, or who made the request in the first place, is of course something that SecOps, security operations might be, or security incident event management solutions might, of course, be interested in. I already mentioned Prometheus, time series database, cloud native CNCF project. New Relic, I think, is a sponsor of the DevOps day on Friday. So, I mean, there's tooling, different tooling, it's all there. The question is more what do you declare as the standard, and what you then basically also help them to support. So that was a lot of tools and stuff. And let me make a concrete example. Finova is a developer and operator of banking software used by about 100 Swiss banks. They're based in Switzerland, of course. They've been around for a few years, and also they are about 400 employees. They have this, and I love the graphic from their graphic. I use it with permission. They have this layered approach to how they set up their layers of abstraction, and so they have hardware which they have abstracted from by using the OpenShift Kubernetes distribution. OpenShift already provides logging with EFK and monitoring as in metrics using Prometheus. Already comes with OpenShift. And then they have their own security services on top. So for example, authentication that is provided is provided to all the internal users that might need user authentication, right? There is then there is the backend services that they develop and run, and then the front end applications. That's basically the whatever online banking account on web application that they develop and deploy there. And of course, they're also, since they're running on containers, they can also do like third-party software running on the same cluster that can then talk to internal APIs and extend their functionality. But as you can see, it's the same concept, right? Having the layers of abstraction as developer of this layer or the layer above, you don't have to care about authentication. You don't have to care about logging. You don't have to care about metrics and monitoring. That's kind of provided. You can just use the services. And as a security professional, you can make sure that no developer is reinventing the SMS token wheel or the user password hashing wheel, because there's already a service for that, and it's probably much easier to use the service than to reinvent that wheel themselves. Now, in their software development and deployment processes, they have the following tools and steps that they do. They have on the code level, both the code security, the access to code, and security and auditing of the code and changes to the code. That's of course something that more the software people do. In Git, then using the container repository to collaborate. They have their own software, the base images plus supported software. They do image scan. They do the hardening of their own base images, so to make sure that they have all a certain quality, of course. And of course, the central team can provide that to multiple software development teams, so don't have to do that themselves necessary. They then have, of course, the container platform running the Kubernetes distribution of OpenShift. And then for the whole application management, so the whole operations part of their software, they then have all the network security, monitoring, logging, and reporting that ties all of these, the projects then basically together. And this looks like this in their development and operations collaboration. They use a business process framework based on Apache Camunda, which they use to basically, well, even graphically show who's doing what and in what order. And so basically to roll out a new deployment, they have like these business rules that say, okay, we have to deploy to testing, and then we have this person or this role that accepts the change, and then by pushing the button of I accept, then it gets deployed automatically to do pre-production. And this way, it's kind of everybody sees what's happening and what's the next step and who has to approve or audit or whatever that's necessary. But it's still all automated, right? Every deployment is automated, but it just needs a click of a special person or a person that has access rights to approve it, right? And this way you have like the benefits of not having manual errors and stuff, but still the security as required in this case by the Swiss Financial Market Authority that says, hey, whenever you do changes in production, you need to have this and this and this person like sign or approve it, and whether that's in legal or risk or management or whatever their function might be, they have an actual an auditable trace of who approved it and when, and so they can push releases and have the process triggered. But both development and operations can see the process and can see where it's at. And so this kind of bringing the agile deployment and then the speed of deployment into this very much regulated banking environment, which might sound as a conflict, of course. Why do we do that, right? As a security person, traditional ID governance has been like the full stack audit, right? So review the designed applicant of the application, and then review each layer of the implementation. So review the application code, review the runtime, the machine, the server, how it's been implemented, is it hardened, is it accessible, what parts are accessible, that kind of stuff, right? And of course, how is the data center, who has physical access to the data center, who can walk in around and pull out disks, this kind of full stack audit of each layer basically of the cake. And of course, every year, whatever your review cycle is, you have to go and review each layer all over again, right? And so after the third or fourth year, you basically want to switch jobs because you've been reviewing the security of data center for the 100th time, because for each and every application, you go and review this kind of the full stack over and over again. And so the benefit of cloud native ID governance is that you can abstract away also in reviewing and also in governance certain parts away, because you can share them over multiple applications. So by using these standardized components, and whether they are already externally certified or you certify them for your internal use once, that still means they can be shared over multiple applications, for example. So when your container platform, including whatever infrastructure that's below it, has already been accepted and certified, you as a reviewer of the second application basically only have to review the application itself, of course, and the configuration of the platform, because everything the platform will do and that can be certified, is basically declared in that configuration. And so the scope of the review becomes much, much smaller, because you can reuse all of that in application 2000, right? Of course, for the first application, you still probably want to review unless it's externally certified in a way that you accept what you do. And whether that's then a cloud provider or whatever internal infrastructure, whether that's then a container orchestration platform or the combination of that, that's of course something that you can then help to implement. And of course, this then brings the benefits of, for example, using a container platform for that, of prevent the configuration drift, because everything you have running on the container platform is declared in the configuration, that you can verify that it's automatically applied from the Git. So the Git is a single source of truth, and nobody can go and change stuff, but it will be overwritten by the periodic recheck, stuff like that, right? That's something you can go and actively verify. So you don't have to, you can be sure that what is in Git is what is going to be in production as well. Preventing manual errors through automation, security by default, just scanning all the images, checking the SSL certificates for all the load balancer endpoints. That's something you can roll out pretty easily on a container platform. That's now been, manual scanning or that kind of stuff on a non-automated way or non-infrastructure as code platform before. And that was more like technical benefits. And as a security person, you of course also have to care about other benefits. And for example, whether that's then the financial, the compliance, controlling benefits that you can bring to the company, these are even on top, right? So this brings me back to the DevSecOps principles. I've showed you a few examples, both in tooling as also in processes, about how I think you can help as a security professional, you can help the DevOps process. And now I'm open for questions.
Now I'm also not muted anymore. Way better. Story of my life, I guess. Thank you for this interesting talk. There was one question which I have to look up now. Yeah. First, there was a comment because apparently there are more people who know the Learning Cliff tweet.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's been around.
It's the comment says, ha ha ha, the Learning Cliff is here to stay. So I guess, yeah, it's one of those things, they are written down once and then they are valid forever. So there is the first serious question is, are containers in DevSecOps more of the enablement type or are they obstacles?
Excellent question. So for me, containers are not necessarily a requirement for DevSecOps. I mean, just as, or my analogy is maybe that, I mean, it would have been possible to do immutable infrastructure even with virtual machines before, except that it's so hard and so time intensive that nobody's really done it, right? Or very, very, very selected few have actually done it, that every deployment of an application actually triggers the build and deployment of a totally new, brand new virtual machine, right? And that would then bring the whole immutable infrastructure benefits, the whole what you test is what you get benefits. You don't have leftover stuff running on your application servers. That would then bring all of these benefits, right? And for me personally, I think the reason why people have not done it, I mean, there's been Puppet and Chef and Ansible all over the place, right? For longer than Docker and Kubernetes have been, but people have not been doing it because it's hard, because it takes a lot of time, because you need to have an infrastructure that supports programmatically creating VMs and having enough capacity and cost, of course, to be able to do that. And it still takes minutes at least, if not more. And it's still a very hard problem. And so for me, in this sense, containers are an enabler, right? I mean, building a container image that takes in the order of seconds, right? And deploying it maybe a few seconds more, right? But we're not talking about hours. And so there, in this whole DevSecOps principle of automating yourself away out of a job, this, of course, I think is the automation, and thus the container is an enabler and not an obstacle.
Okay. And then something from D. which is something I think, yeah, it's something I can relate to. Whoever ever worked for a Swiss bank or insurance or was just a consultant there will know that this question is raising hairs. It is. Isn't it too risky for a fintech company to be exposed by hosting their services in the clouds?
Interesting question, which there's multiple answers for, right? I mean, you as a fintech company, well, especially if you were even not only fintech, but also like an audited bank yourself, you will need to produce documentation of how your stuff is set up, how you ensure that nobody else is accessing it, and so on and so forth, right? And there's two ways to do that. Either you make that or you buy that, right? So if you have the manpower to produce like hundreds of pages of documentation, how your server that's sitting under your desk is properly protected and nobody can access it from outside, even though your application is still accessible from outside, because of course the most secure system would be the offline system. But well, if you are a fintech, you probably want to have it online, at least some parts of it. Well, you're already in a state of compromise, which you need to document and make sure that all the security controls are met and that kind of stuff, right? And that you can do. It will take some effort, and you will have to do it every year again, or whenever your audit is due. And that will be time intensive, right? And as a fintech company, you can also choose to buy that. There's cloud providers, big and small, basically, that have that already as a service, right? And we're just this year we did the ISAE 3402 audit report, which is basically exactly that, right? It's like this folder of paperwork that you can throw on the auditor's lap and say, hey, it's all there. Go have a look. If you have questions, we're here. And this, of course, this is support in a non-technical sense of support, right? That you can buy, right? And then if you buy that for, I don't know, 40 euros a month in a cloud service, it can actually be a lot cheaper to buy that instead of hiring 3 lawyers to write the documentation for you. And so I think, and I'm absolutely sure that there are service providers that enable you to have a more secure environment than a server running under your physical desk, right? Whether that's the redundancy part, whether it's the access part, whether it's the speed part, whether it's the highly available part, the cloud, a specialized service provider will be able to provide you a better service, possibly even at a lower cost than if you try to build it up yourself. I know I'm opinionated on that, but I'm happy to, if you want to have more details to ask a more specific question, I'm happy to dive more into that.
No, I always think it's not opinionated. It's just the facts, or you have two options and you have to choose whatever works for you. Might not work for somebody else, and that's it.
Exactly.
Niket says something which got a lot of thumbs up. First of all, solid session on DevOps. So, yeah, you get a thumbs up from me
Thank
too.
you.
Question 1. How to start DevSecOps learning?
That's an excellent question. So there's a shit ton of online resources, whether it's talks, whether it's papers, whether it's opinionated blog posts by individuals. I mean, that's probably a good start to get to know, the why and the what around it, right? Of course, that might also help you. Talks like mine, and I hope the slides will be available later, might also give you some inputs, to learn, but then also to be able to argue to get, training or books or a time basically to learn more about it, to read into it, to think about, hey, how can we implement that for ourselves, and this kind of stuff, right? I think I learned the most from, reading Twitter and blogs, and then of course listening to talks of other people, and then of course discussing it with my peers, right? I mean, I've talked to a lot of security, chief information security officers, having of course opinions. Talk a lot to our operations engineers. They're like most opinionated, of course, regarding availability, but integrity and confidentiality is, of course, a topic that always comes with it. Even the security in the sense of who has access to what information, whether it's which country or government, or whether it's which provider, or that kind of discussions. They always come in because I mean, we're nerds and we're interested in privacy, for example. So talking to people, listening to people, exchanging ideas and experiences, I think is a great way to learn more, and of course then to drive that into your own organization.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. Very thorough.
Was there more questions in the same? I heard like
yes,
first
yes.
question.
And there was the question 2 was what are atomic containers?
So you know, nuclear and no, I'm kidding. The whole point of atomic container deployment is to have atomic deployment. So that means that you deploy or you don't deploy, but it's not like you have half a deployment, right? Mm-hmm. There's probably a better word for that, which doesn't come into mind, but the whole point is, so for example, in Kubernetes, in a rolling deployment, you start deploying new versions of the container, and once they're running, you then switch over the load balancer, right? You can always switch load balancer back, but it's like either or. Of course, you can do load balancing or both, right? But the point is, there is no like, I have half of my jar file deployed to the application server, and they're like kind of the old and the new version are mixed, or kind of mixing, or have like the dependencies of my applications are mixing between the old and the new version. That kind of isolation, and have like one image that contains the whole application, and that image is deployed as a whole, right? I don't have, I don't know, libraries and extensions and stuff lying around from previous versions, and it's pure luck which of the library versions is being used.
Okay.
So it's more about atomic deployment than atomic containers.
Atomic containers, yeah. Oh, let's take one more question. And let's take something which is very much... What about this one? What are your top lessons learned from container scanning?
There's a shit ton of one-off experiments on Docker Hub. Mm-hmm. There's a shit ton. If you don't have a look at the last updated or at the container history, you will find a shit ton of images that are like one-off experiments by an individual, which is okay. But if you build your application on top of that, you will have a bad time, and it will mostly work, right? Because if you don't change it, you just use it and you update your code, it will mostly work. But you will only find out when there was a vulnerability in that container once you've scanned it, or when somebody else scanned it for you in production, preferably, right? So that is my single biggest learning, when scanning containers. For all the stuff that I find is that selecting a trustworthy source of my upstream containers, that is one of the key things I learned. And of course, scanning, making sure they are actually updated as a safety net. But then if I don't have to, every morning check if there's a new version of my base images, and then, go and update it myself, if I can use a vendor for that, and then it actually doesn't matter which vendor it is, whether it's like a company that I don't know, sells the software already in a container that is then already updated with the base image, or whether that's a big company like a cloud provider or a software provider or a container platform provider, that I can trust on and verify that trust using container image scanning. That's my single biggest learning from scanning containers.
This sounds good. And what do you think will the future bring us in this context? So where is it be going next? Will be a society of developers who have to learn to trust in containers?
I would, yes, and there's a reason for that, right? Mm-hmm. As a person wanting to take end-to-end responsibility for my application by, for example, using DevOps and DevSecOps, I need to limit my scope of responsibility. Because yes, of course, I could understand or interpret DevOps as being responsible even down to the hardware level and hand assembling my hardware. But then for each minute I do hardware assembly, I might not be able to ship features, and that might be actually more important and more business relevant. Right? So limiting the scope, focusing on the application, not the whatever that my product owner says is the most important thing. I think that's something that will drive this part of the industry, because whether that is standardizing not only on the container but even on the application server layer by using serverless computing, right? That means that I can leave away to worry one more component, because I just deploy my function, and then the function as a service makes sure that it's the newest version of the application server, and I don't have to worry about that. And so this working on top of layers of abstraction, I think, will enable me as a software developer to focus on whatever that provides value to my users, which might actually be features in my whatever online application. And I think that will drive the industry in the way that as a security professional or as an operations professional, I need to be able to validate the security of a function as a service provider, or my implementation of using a function as a service provider. And that is a whole different story than reviewing data center access logs of people walking in the building, right? I mean, that is a totally different layer, which I think the higher up in the abstraction layer, I think is much more interesting, much more scalable, and will provide much better results if I can validate that top layer and I can trust on the validation of the bottom layers. So my focus is smaller, I can specialize more, and I hope that also will be more efficient.
Yeah, this sounds like very good closing words. I don't want to. There are some more questions. I will give them to you written, or Vessi from Speaker Management will send them to you.
We can do an Ask Me Anything session later.
Exactly. And then there will be the really hard questions. Somebody said, and I wanted to give you this as a parting gift on your way. This talk is so great. Big kudos to Arno. And then the really big smiley with the capital D.
Thank you. And of course, feel free to reach out and challenge me, whether that's on Twitter or on the questions section of the WeAreDevelopers site. I'm happy to also get feedback.
And on the other hand of the big cliff, of learning. Okay.
Well, it's always easier to jump off the cliff the second time, right?
That's true. So I say now bye-bye, and we'll take the people right into a nice short commercial, and we'll be right back after the break. Bye, Anna. And back we are. You never guess it, what I want to say. You never ever guess it. Okay, you caught me. I wanted to say thank you to our partners. We have so many exciting media partners who are broadcasting and streaming and making posts on social media and writing articles and making it possible that we can connect with so many people and with so many opinions that it's a dream. And the even better part is that there is a huge community of people out there who also connect with us. And there are also things you decide somewhere on your way when it comes to open source. Yeah, one thing would be, oh, let's go to GitHub and see what's new. You too, okay, yeah, I'm not the only one. So there is sometimes things you will not believe when you see them, but you always can be wrong, and it's okay if you're wrong, but believe it or not, Swisscom has a GitHub repository, and it's not private because there we're talking about open source. And next up, yeah, on the menu are Dennis and Anderson from Swisscom, who will call, oh my God, way too long, sorry. We'll talk about decoupled authorization using policy as code. And you are just one intro away from this talk. So let's roll the intro and find out what this is all about.
Hi everyone. Okay.
Now you're live and on stage. Anderson and Dennis, welcome. And I will mute myself so the stage will be all yours.
Right. So thank you. Thank you everyone. It's me and Dennis, so Anderson and Dennis.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Maybe you can start sharing your screen so that we can.
Yeah, so let's get to the business. So, okay, share the screen. Okay. Okay, so at this point, I assume you are almost seeing my screen now.
Okay, now I see it. Yes.
Right.
So, hello everyone. I'm Dennis Vitali. He is Anderson Daddario, and today we will talk about decoupled authorization using policy as code. We're from Swisscom, so we'll introduce the company real quick. You probably know about Swisscom. It's a major telecommunication provider in Switzerland. We count up to 19,000 employees. And we are also open source friendly, as already mentioned. We have a GitHub profile, so you can check on some of our public repositories there. And today we'll speak about the authentication authorization. So we'll start by explaining why we wanted to make this talk, basically. We've seen that there's a lot of authentication methods out there, a lot of standards, a lot of possibilities, so that you do not have to roll out your own authentication mechanism, such as SAML, LDAP, OpenID Connect, and SSO, various types of SSO. But we feel that there is like a lack of authorization tools. And there's only a few of them, and most of the time it's just about rolling your own authorization layer. And some of those are XACML, or as I said, custom implementations. So what's next?
So basically, we have a very common setup here when you develop the custom application. And here, for the sake of the example, we have one application with just one feature, which is to list all the salaries of the employees. And we have two types of user. We have the normal user who cannot see the list of all salaries, and we have the admin user who can see the list of the list with all salaries of all employees. Usually, it is done by checking if the user is one administrator in the code. So it's embedded in the application logic. So as for this example here, those more familiar with Java will see. So you try to list all salaries, but before you would check if the user is one administrator or not. And what are the issues when you embed the authorization logic in your application? We have three items here. So you have a very tight coupled application logic, so to list the salaries, with the authorization logic, so only for admin users. You have auditing issues too, because if you have in a heterogeneous environment, so with many different applications, languages, and frameworks, what happened is that you have authorization tight coupled in very different languages and frameworks too. So you don't have a standard way to do it and to bring the visibility from it. On top of that, we also have operation issues that, for example, when you need to change the authorization logic, so now it's not only the admin who can see our salaries, you need to recompile your application and restart it. So the question is, do we have a better way to do this? So wouldn't it be nicer if we could come with a standard way to apply authorization logic regardless of the programming language? What if we could centralize all these decisions?
Well, the answer is policy as code. Today we're going to introduce a little bit what it is and some of the tools that will help you through your journey to have the policy as code within your software. So what is policy as code? Policy as code is a way to decouple business logic from authorization. What Anderson just explained is basically keeping the business logic in the application itself and concentrating the policies and all of the rules that are needed to actually authorize or to allow a certain access to a certain resource to users in a central place where you can also share it with others' applications as well. And the nice thing about policy as code is since it's code, it can be versioned, it can be tested, and it can also be generalized. So your policy can also be applied to multiple applications, regardless of the type of the application that it is written in. You can even have a binary, we'll see it afterwards, and simply apply some policies on top of it with some customized middleware or similar. So there are a couple of tools that can be used to achieve this goal of having policy as code, and actually two of them are based on XACML. So XACML is we'll see it afterwards. It's policy as code tool that it's used to write policies in XML. And alpha is a superset, I would say, of XACML, where you write some less verbose rules or less verbose policies in that way. And then there's Open Policy Agent that we'll see afterwards. So XACML is stands for Extensive Access Control Markup Language, and it's basically an attribute-based access control, ABAC. This doesn't mean that you cannot implement RBAC, actually role-based access control, but actually you can do it as well. It is just more general. You can write your own XML policies with that. And on the right side, we can just see a small diagram of how that works. So I don't like this terminology that much, but it's kind of in the standard, so we'll stick with it. We have a PEP, which is the policy enforcement point. That is to be seen as your application. In Anderson's example was called my application. So the user tries to get the record 1, 2, 3 from your application. Your application will in turn ask the PDP, which is the policy decision point, to see whether the user, so in this case Alice, can view the record 1, 2, 3. And the PDP will in turn evaluate some policies using some data. So evaluate the policies from a PAP, so policy administration point on the left side, using some data that is retrieved by from an external source, such as a database or a file or something like that. So that's the PIP. And then it will return simply the PDP's role is to evaluate the policies given a certain input and return an output that can be either allow access to the resource or deny it. And once this decision has been made by the PDP, it will return the request, the response to the PEP, and the PEP will simply enforce this policy, and therefore it will either, based on decision of the PDP, allow access or deny access to the resource. In this case, the view record is allowed, and then Alice is able to view record 1, 2, 3. There's a little problem about XACML, which is the fact that, at least personally speaking, it's based on XML, and it's really verbose. So on the right side, you can see a policy, and it's super verbose, and that's why Alpha was created. They basically created a language on top of it. But today we're here to introduce you to Open Policy Agent, an alternative to XACML. Open Policy Agent is a policy-based control for cloud-native environments. Don't get scared by the name if your company is not cloud-native yet, because Open Policy Agent can be used for pretty much everything. So what is Open Policy Agent? Open Policy Agent, called OPA, is an open source software with the goal of being simply a policy engine. So as we've seen before, the policy engine will simply evaluate policies with some data in input and return an output that can be either structured data or even true or false. And OPA uses high-level declarative language that is called Rego. And well, the goal, as we said, policy as code, is to decouple the policies from your software. So we'll simply compare.
Okay, we have
we have an issue with the presentation. So we'll simply compare.
So maybe I can show.
Okay, sorry. We'll simply compare the two. Basically, the thing that you see on the left side that we see with XACML is basically the same. So PEP, the policy enforcement point, is basically your application. In this case, your application is called service in this on the right side. And the service will simply make the request to OPA, which is the PDP in this context. And the PDP, OPA in this case, will use as a source. So as PAP, where the policies are, we'll use the policies written in Rego. And as the source of information, it can use some data that comes from JSON. In this case, the source of those data could be either a database, a file in this context, or even pushed through webhooks from other servers.
Okay. So let me start from here. Okay. So maybe I hide them. Okay. So now we're taking from our initial example, but now instead of embedding the authorization logic in the application, we're using the Open Policy Agent. And we're going to see exactly what happens in here. So first, the code will change slightly. So instead of having the logic here, we are delegating the authorization logic to OPA client that will pretty much do in the background HTTP request to the REST API from OPA, which will return if it is allowed or not. How would it work? Is in the following way. We are using and deploying it in the REST mode. So the OPA is just a REST API. So if you're using, for example, Kubernetes, it would be a sidecar, so another container in the same pod, for example. OPA also has a binary. So don't see that many keys, but you can also evaluate policies on the command line. It's very good, especially for development. And there's also a third option that you can embed the OPA in your own application, but as a library to process so to perform the request instead of having one HTTP service. So how would it look like in practice here? We have one authorization policy to start with that's loaded to the OPA, right? And this is one example in Rego, which just states that the user is allowed to pass if there are no violations. And what makes a violation is if the user is trying to list the salaries and is not one admin user. So it will trigger one violation and allow would be false. And okay, on the other side, we have the input. So for a given user, we pass if that user and if it's one admin or not here, and the requested operation. So this input that goes with a special URL you can see. So my app salaries are defined in the package name of the policy, and we'll try to query for the result of allow. And when it happens, you receive this result. So as John is one admin, it would trigger no violation, therefore allow would be true. So some of the benefits here, with the coupled policy definition, policy enforcement, we have all the authorization logic in OPA, so in a standard way. We'll see also that we can test those policies. And there are even some benefits that we're not covering here in this demo, which is you can sign the policies and verify with a certain public key to guarantee that you are only applying authorization logic that comes from a trusted source. Becomes then a common standard for authorization, and also allows you to have a hot reload because there are some management APIs where you can force the reload of the policy. So we'll do two demos here. One very short that will just put in practice what you've seen on these slides, and then we'll complement with one additional demo covering more topics. So here we have my IDE. All the input, as you saw. So we have here John, is one admin, and we have here the policy that is trying to the same as you saw in the slides. The interesting part, we also have tests for this policy. So to create operation, both admin is allowed and no admin are allowed. But if you want to list all the salaries, then only admin is allowed and non-admin are not allowed. So to make sure we can see if the tests are passing, we can run the tests. And very quickly you see that all the tests are passing. Now I'm going to start the web server, loading the policy, so app salaries.rego. So it's now running on port 8181. Okay. And I can then do a request to it, sending a certain input to the allow address here. So this input is exactly this one here, and we see what we get. So when the user is one admin, he is allowed to that operation. But let's see if we set it to false. And try again. The user is not allowed anymore. So that's the main concept of OPA. And now I will hand over to Dennis so he can tell even more about that.
Thank you, Anderson. I will try to share my screen. Let's see. Okay, hopefully you should see my screen. And let's switch back to a terminal. So I will complement this demo with a small API that I developed. It's super simple, so we'll start with this. So let me describe real quick the code. It's Golang. I hope it's understandable. I also added some comments to help you read through the thing. just ignore the part here, which is basically the initialization and getting the OPA address variable, environment variable. Let's focus on the /API/v1 route. So I'm creating this /API/v1 route, and I'm also creating a middleware. So for this API group, I'm using a middleware that will simply evaluate some policies and return, and based on the result of the evaluation, will do the return. When it's true, it will proceed with the request. Otherwise, it will return a 403 status forbidden, and will say you do not have access to this resource. Just as a quick point, a quick note, I'm getting the header, authorization header. This contains the basic out, so HTTP basic out, and basic the HTTP basic out is usually encoded with base 64. So I'm getting the header. I'm performing regex just to take the second part, so it's basic, and then the encoded string. I'm decoding the string, and I'm simply dividing the username part from the password part. We'll see afterwards that this will allow me to easily switch between the users without having to implement a proper authentication layer that it's out of scope in here. Then I will simply call this eval policy function that I created by passing the OPA URL. And this fancy type that I created, which I called input request. You can pass whatever you want in here, and this will actually be reflected in the OPA Rego rule. So in here I'm passing method, so the request method, let it be get, post, put, or delete, or whatever. I'm passing the path as an array of strings, where it has been divided by these slashes. And I'm also passing the user. So I'm getting the user. If the authorization header does not exist, then the user is set to nothing, basically the empty string. Otherwise, it is set to basically the username that you specified during the HTTP basic authentication. And this is my my Rego policy. So basically, this is a simple example where we do define who can access which employees. So in this case, only the managers can access other employees that they manage. Otherwise, only the users themselves, only the employees themselves can access their own profile. So in this case, first, we allow the users to get their own profiles. So we define username as an unknown variable, and we use it to match it with the input user. Input user is the one that comes from the basic authentication. We match it with the username variable that needs to be in the path. So /API/v1/employees/username. And therefore, this basically says that the users can see their own profile, and only that. Then we can also match it against the manager thing. So basically, we allow managers to get their subordinates profiles. And basically, we say that this underscore sign says any. So if the user is managing one of those members or employees, then they can access the resource. And we also have a default rule. It is always nice to have a default rule that will always fall back to false, so that you do not get a problem when you wrote a policy in the wrong way. You do not get like in these sideways possibilities to get through the authorization mechanism. And this simple Golang application will listen on it's basically a web server. So we'll switch to the other window real quick. And in this window, I'm running. Okay, in this window, I'm running OPA as a Docker container. This code is on GitHub, github.com/switchcom/opa-demo. You can look it up. Basically, I'm in the demo folder, and I'm running OPA. So first thing that you need to do when you run OPA is to load the policies. By default, those policies are not loaded. You need to so we have the example.rego file here that we've seen before in the IDE. and we're going to upload it to OPA by simply doing a put request. This is the most insecure configuration right now, but it's very useful for development. So if you wanted to implement OPA, just simply look at the documentation how to identity security, because by default it is pretty open. So it's better to keep it more secure. So I'm uploading a policy, and on the left side you can see that the policy has been put, and when the policy is put, then a 200 status code will be returned, and this empty object will be put in the response. Now the policy has been loaded, and we can try it out. So I'm logging in as Alice :password. Password is password, and I'm trying to get Bob's profile. And hopefully, if the demo gods are with me, this should work. You do not have access to this resource. On the bottom side, you can see that the policy request that was made is the following. So basically, the method is get, the path is API v1 employees Bob, and the user that is making the request is Alice. So if we switch back to Bob, as we said, users can access their own profiles. So Bob is able to get his own profile. Now it's just a dummy API that is returning what you're passing, but you get the sense of the error. It's just to see whether the request is going through or not. Now we said that Bob is a manager of Alice. So Bob should be able, with his own credentials, to access Alice's profile. And it does. Now, let's say that your business requirements are changed, and now managers cannot access anymore their subordinates' profiles. So we can just comment this out. Oops. We need to repush the policy again. And note that on the bottom that we have our binary, our Golang application running. We're not changing anything at all. So if we redo the request as Bob to get Alice's profile, we should get, you do not have access to this resource. And this can be extended to have multiple policies. You can return multiple things, not only in this case allow or not allow. And you can extend this to have within your company as many authorization layers as you want. In this example, I'm posting the exact same thing as JSON to see what is being returned. So basically, when you connect to Rego, is the API/v1/data, then you have the package name, and then you can restrict the result to only show the allowed variable. So this will basically say, return the exact same thing with the decision ID. Decision ID is actually logged. So you have this kind of auditing logs as well in OPA and the result. But if we do not want to just limit ourselves to the allow variable, we can see everything that is being evaluated. So we have the decision ID as before, the result we contain allow, as I said, and we also return this variable that we defined before. So one can also decide to return something like is accessing profile, just as a dummy example. Or actually, this should work. It should return that variable as well. Let me upload it. My bad. It should return. You can return as much as you want. Basically, you're not limited to simply the allow true or false. So you can extend this as much as you want. And if you fancy, let's try to switch to in Chromium. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't prepare myself for sharing the Chromium window. Let's try. Okay, no. Okay, Rego Playground. So you can have also this Rego Playground as well, where you can see the exact same thing. You can play around with the policies. In this case, I just pasted the exact same policy. You can play around with the policies and see the results without having actually to download the OPA binary or the OPA container. So you can tweak around and play around with the policies here and do exactly the same thing as we did before, evaluating. Okay, this is strange. Evaluating the things as well.
Right. So just to go back to sharing my screen.
Yeah. Are you able to share? Because
yes. So okay. Now I believe that people should be seeing my screen now.
We can see your screen now.
Okay. So OPA is not only for web apps. We have it's available adapters for other technologies as well, such as Kubernetes, Envoy, Kafka, and many more. Actually, they don't fit in this slide, so I had to just pick the top ones. We have one quick example here on how it could work, for example, for Linux, the PAN module. So yeah, maybe Dennis can talk a bit more.
Yeah, basically, I'm sorry, but I'm still seeing that I'm sharing my screen for some reason.
Okay. Maybe it's a pin, or maybe I'm not sure. But it's okay.
Yeah, basically, in a nutshell, you can extend or use OPA not only for the example as we've seen of the API authentications, or for example, you can use it for Kubernetes ingresses. But in this example, we're using it for accessing, defining whether a certain user can run a certain command as sudo. So we're just checking the role in here, but you can extend it to have, for example, a check on the time of the day, just have access to the productive system on days like Thursday or similar things. So you can create your own rules with Rego, as well as by using the PAM modules. Yeah.
So pretty much anything you put on the input, you can work on it on the policy. So some case we are interested in, for example, when you integrate on Kubernetes, you can deny some images that do not come from trusted sources. And another huge benefit is the security visibility for authorization checks when we have a standard. And another one is to have it tightly controlled on who can change the authorization logic, instead of only the developers, and you kind of lose track on it unless you know the specific files on Git to watch for. So there are some links that we have here. So do you want to comment?
I'm so sorry. Maybe I should.
So basically, the Git, the links that Dennis mentioned, such as the Open Policy, the Playground, and our GitHub, they are available here. So just to have it in the writing. That's pretty much it. We thank you for taking your time and having the patience to go through it. I think that's it. If you have any other remarks. Yeah, so I think that's it, folks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So, perfect. Now even I understood what decoupled authorization is, and yeah, authorization is always a topic where I want to have other people doing that, but now I know where to look for. There are some questions, and the questions are... Dennis is running around.
Maybe I have to stop sharing now.
Wonderful. Now I have this. What is the name of this effect called? When you see stuff and see stuff and see stuff. Doesn't matter.
Deja vu.
No, it's not déjà vu. The other one, like this movie.
Inception.
Inception. That's it. Because now I have a Dennis Inception.
Yeah, I just had to move here because for some reason my Zoom freeze and I cannot see anybody in the chat. So I'm very sorry about it. And yeah, last part of the presentation.
Okay. But what did he say? There is Anonymous. Yeah,
Okay.
we know this guy. And he said, since you remove authorizations from the apps to a third-party solution, doesn't that create the risk of interception, not inception, and allow access to apps with forged auths? So basically, I think he wants to know how you value the authorization part, security aspect, because of handing over something to a third party.
So basically, yes, you have to secure OPA if you configure it as one REST API, and you can set up authentication and TLS for it. The other option is also to deploy it as a library, so you also reduce the attack surface. But yes, security has to be considered when deploying OPA as well. But it's supposed to be one internal service. It should see never a reason to actually expose it to the internet in the first place. So even network segmentation is already a huge plus here. So in the Kubernetes as a sidecar and with the right pod security configuration, only this container should talk to so you would have it one OPA for that application. So it should not be acceptable for other content that don't need it.
Maybe to add to Anderson's answer, you're not limited to use a single OPA. Actually, OPA can be configured to get the policies from another place, like with webhooks and similar. So you can also set up multiple OPAs that they fetch the policies from each other. Let's in a kind of a cascade style. So you do only have your OPA instance that cannot be, let's say, compromised. Obviously, there's still the policy signing that Anderson mentioned during the presentation that could have too. And obviously, HTTPS is highly recommended when communicating with OPA and also network segmentation.
Clear. Okay. The next question is actually no question. It says, thanks for the hint for how to make the put of policy secure. So I think that goes to your remark when, of course, that's not a good way to do it with a put statement. It was nice. And then we have Anonymous again, and he says, clap, clap, clap.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Very fun. And these were all the questions. So if anybody has any question, you have a last chance to ask them. After this, you will have to then wait for the next time they talk.
Actually, most of the questions can be answered by going to the Open Policy Agent website, so openpolicyagent.org. The documentation is very well written, and I strongly suggest you to go through the examples there. You'll find an adaptation of what we talked about today, and you'll also find other use cases that we didn't really show during this presentation. So I really suggest you to look it up and see whether there's a use case that we didn't show you during this presentation, but it maybe fit your use case.
Yeah. The fun part is while you were doing your talk and you were first time mentioning the GitHub repository, I was Googling for decoupled authorization and then OPA, and it was the first hit, and I was somewhere in the documentation, and guys out there in front of the screens, this is a documentation I think you can actually work with. It's not just a joke.
Yeah, it's not common to have those. But I have to admit that it's very well written and worth really reading. So
No, it's awesome. Yeah.
So we open policy team to create for creating that documentation. It's really very well written.
And I do not have to explain you why I always had an inner smile when somebody of you said Opa. No? Okay, my natural tongue is German.
Yeah. Opa means grandfather, right?
And Opa is grandfather. Yeah,
Oh,
and
maybe it's kind of Opa kind of a surprise that you would say. I actually see when I meet someone, Opa.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe I'm using it wrong in my own language.
No, I have, where are you from?
From Brazil. And
Brazil? Okay. Interesting, because I have a friend from Hungary and he always also says Opa. This is when he's nearly breaking something. So, so if anybody has any more questions, I will gently point them in the direction of your social media contacts, or tell them, hey, participate on GitHub, and there you will find the answers to the questions you will deliver yourself. Yeah, that being said, I will now start the next loop and we will be back in about 15 minutes. And yeah, see you then.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
Doesn't work either. I'll be back with Maro in a few seconds. And I'm back. And I'm back from behind the stage. And I have to tell you something. Right now, we are coming to the last act of this first day of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week number 2, Mauro Verderosa. And he will get under the skin and tell us a little bit about the social engineering techniques. But before you run away to pick up your notebook, and you should have already have that on your desk, and get the beer because it's already after 6, at least in our time zone. Why don't we take a little bit of time and think about what will be in the next few days? Because there will be a lot. Tomorrow, for instance, we will have the blockchain day. And for Wednesday, there is already something workshop related planned. I will not read it to you, to be honest. I trust that you find it in the agenda on our webpage, wearedevelopers.com/live-week. And before I bore you out, I will simply jump into the intro, and then we will meet with Mauro in person. Good evening, Mauro. How are you?
Hello, good evening. Fine, thanks. How are you there?
Yeah, I'm already pumped for a topic I follow like on the side stream since I read my first Kevin Mitnick book. And now I'm excited, and so I will stop my video, mute my microphone, and leave the stage all to you. We'll be back.
Okay,
Bye.
thanks. So, can you see my screen? I guess you can already.
Yes.
So, we are in 1978, and this guy is called Stanley. This guy is an engineer, like many of us connected to this conference, and is a consultant. His job is mainly the one of going to the customer, running a backup about servers, and that's it, really simple. The point is that the backup that is taking are not like the backup like we can imagine today's, like with the RAID server, etc., but are taken over a tape, the annual technology. And the customer is working for is a bank based in California. And this bank is called Security Pacific National Bank. What happened? Day by day, while he's taking his tapes, so he start to record all the things, so taking backup after backup. This task is quite long, and he noticed that in the same room when he's doing his job, there is a table. And over this table, there is a list of books, manual that describe several things about the company. One of these books actually is, he noticed that there are the procedures about how to make wiring. So how the bank is implementing the procedure to make the payment. Because he realized that the server where he's taking backups is the server that is used to approve international payment, so that are running from US to Switzerland, Austria, and other countries. What does he notice? Day by day, studying this book, see how it's working the procedure. And you see that this procedure, not only there is string, a token that should be used as validation of the wiring, but inside this string, there is also something that is implemented to avoid the reply attacks. So this string that we can take like what today we will call a kind of one-time password that is valid only for 1 day, is shared between all the employees every morning. So the goal of this string is that we know that the manager every morning share this information between the employees, and what happened that they know that every day they have a fresh information how to approve data. So once you understand day after day that this information is changing, one day he enter before the normal business hour to work, he do quickly his job, and he leave at 3 p.m. What happened after? So our Stanley goes to a phone box, so something that is not at all associated to him, take some coins, and he call the desk, the service desk of the bank. He do what is called pretexting. So he said that he claims that he is an internal employee, Mark Donovan, and he said that, I would like to approve a transaction to send to something to a bank account in Switzerland. And guess what? Just a couple of days before, he activated a bank account in Zurich. So the lady on the other side asked about information. This information contain which is the normal procedure to the normal string that should be applied in order to approve the transaction, plus the OTP. Even if some information are missing, Stanley doesn't lose his control. He said that I'll be right back. He also impersonate another person, and he call another technical guy, another clerk, and he asked, could you please tell me which is this information about this office, etc.? He got the information. He go back to the initial clerk and is able, with this simple trick, to move to his bank account $10.2 million. What happened right after? He take a plane. He move to Switzerland and arrive to Zurich. Once he arrived to Zurich, he withdraw part of this amount for a total amount of 8.1 million and convert it in diamonds, thanks to the help of some Russian guys. Okay, so what did you learn from this story? Here we have our Stanley, that we will call Stale Mark Rifkin. That was one of the first social engineering that we had in this domain. And without the help of some time to read a book and 2-3 coins that he spent in the phone box, he was able, without harming any person, without taking any computer, keyboard, and etc., without taking any weapon, knife, or gun, to make one of the biggest robbery of the history. And the bank in particular was called the Security Pacific National Bank. That is a bank that doesn't exist anymore, that it was based in Los Angeles. Just for your information, unfortunately, once Stanley come back to, even if coming back to US, he was able to hide the diamonds inside his belt, so pass all the controls. Once was in US, start to convert this money, he was catched and he finished in prison. So let's start. My name is Mauro Verderosa. I'm an authorized ISC Square CSSP and CCSP trainer, and I'm an IT security specialist. This means that I'm both enabled by one of the most important entity of cybersecurity, ISC Square, both to give training for the cybersecurity expert and also for cloud expert. I'm the CEO of the company Psyn, the Identity and Access Management. We are also ISC Square official training provider. I'm the founder of the Swiss Cybersecurity, that is one of the biggest community of cybersecurity in Switzerland. And I'm also the president of the ISC Square Swiss Roman chapter. Towards About Signed is a Swiss cybersecurity company based in Geneva. Normally, we are specialized in identity and access management. We love everything that we do concerning cybersecurity cybersecurity training, etc. And as I was mentioning, we are the only ISC² official training provider in Switzerland, both for CSSP and CCSP. And about Swiss cybersecurity, this is a no-profit organization that has the goal to collect as more as cybersecurity and to share knowledge without in a no-lucrative form between experts in Switzerland. The topic that we are going to discuss, of course, are just for presentation only, and the idea is that you are going to understand what we are talking about. And the idea is that you should understand how to recognize an attack, how the issue could present, and which are the steps. The idea is not to inspire anybody to implement a cybercrime after this presentation. In the moment that you're speaking about cybercrimes, it's important that we start to list which are the typologies of cybercrimes. The first typologies are crimes based on financial. So this means that are all those crimes where the attacker has as a main goal the one of obtain a financial benefit. This means that the person would like, for example, steal some money, implement a fraud, or making anything that could generate a personal benefit for this person. Another kind of typology of crime are the one business-oriented. The business means that there is a company that would like, for example, gain a share, gain something against a natural competitor that they have on the market. And what happened is that this company, for example, would like to steal a formula, would like to steal algorithm, something else, or, for example, could be also interested to damage the reputation of the other company on the market. Just imagine that if there is, for example, company 1 and company 2, where company 1 may be interested to, for example, damage the reputation, say that these guys are not treating the data of the customer in a correct way, etc. Another typology are crime that are based on political, they have political reason as an asset. So what does it mean? For example, we can have a specific guy that would like to win an election, etc. And for example, could try to manipulate, gain more vote, etc., manipulating Twitter or manipulating any other social media, or again, try to damage somebody else. Another type of crime are the one ideological. Ideological, be careful, that doesn't mean only like somebody that is inspired to do something, etc., but could be people that without focusing on a personal benefit, they are driven. These one are the guys that normally are the stronger to fight. Here we could imagine, for example, somebody that could implement an attack due to religious reason. So let's imagine somebody that would like just think about 9/11, or could also be people like, for example, Greenpeace. So doesn't mean that are normally people that are moved by bad intention, but of course the outcome of what they are doing could arrive to be a crime. And finally, we have the one that are called script kits, and are people that just generate, found, for example, some software online, would like to try against, they don't have a specific purpose except like just to test how these stuff are working. And they could, for example, generate that, create that a business could be corrupted and stopped. So we are speaking about here social engineering. What did we learn from the lesson of Stanley? What we learned is that through social engineering, we can arrive to we can implement one of the crime that we saw just before: financial, political, ideological, business, or the one of script kits. But we don't. It's not necessary that we have IT knowledges. Even, of course, the IT knowledge can help us. So, in particular, the social engineering is like definition, psychological manipulation of people into performing action or divulging confidential information. So what does it mean, this, to make a long story short? Means that we have an actor that is put on one side that would like to gain from us, for example, exfiltrate information that, of course, this guy is not entitled to obtain this know-how, and go simply against us, showing us these this scenario in a way that it doesn't look like. So this, it's we know thousands of examples. That could be like the email where we receive we can receive an email where, for example, we won the lottery. We know that we have a DHL package waiting for us, etc. So the guy simply imagine that what is presented in front of him is something totally legal, fine, etc. But behind there is the trap. Like Stefan was mentioning before, one of the most known social engineer in history is Kevin Mitnick. That is also known like one of the most known hackers. But it's he took like social engineering and made a science of it. The main idea in the moment that we use this way to present a reality that doesn't correspond to the truth. The idea is that between the step that we have is the one of installing what is called a Trojan horse inside the premises, for example, of our victim. This, for example, will give us the opportunity in a second phase to gain access to a system or to do other things. Normally, Trojan horse is everything that you can find that could be attached to an email, etc. If you think that these stuff are, let's say, too much easy, you should just consider some of the bigger impact that we had, some famous example in the past years. We have RSA that, like you know, it's a company that makes its business making cybersecurity, and it was hardly impacted now, almost 8-9 years ago. And what happened? Although they make multi-factor authentication, so they should they sell device like the one that the secure ID, the one that you see in the slide. What happened is that some of the people were click on the wrong email, and clicking on the wrong email. They give the opportunity to attackers to enter in the system and also modify all the seeds that were in the RSA tokens. So this means that the RSA receive a big impact, a multi-millionaire impact, because they got all the RSA token invalidated. Another well-known example is the one of Sony. It's also an example that it's dated now, it's 5 years ago. And also this started with using a social engineering technique. So a guy clicked on, let's say, unfortunately, the right guy clicked on the wrong email. And this, it's even if Sony at the beginning tried to deny what really happened, in a couple of days, the attackers started to publish the list of the employees of Sony. After they started to publish in website, which were the salary of the management, they start to publish all content that were protected by copyrights, so movies and other things, until Sony had to take, let's say, of course, they lost a lot of money. And let's say they had to take precaution to avoid these things to repeat. Now, until now, we said that which were the consequences, but we didn't spend the time to say exactly how a social engineering attack is working. So in order to implement this, we have several ways. The first is what is called pretexting. Pretexting means that the attacker is acting like in a way that he wear the hat of somebody else. So long story short, this means that the attacker will try to say that he's who is not. So just imagine that the classical email that until a couple of years ago, everybody of us were receiving, like our girlfriend from Ukraine that were asking us some money to get her passport renew, or our friend that it was the king of Nigeria that was asking us, proposing us to deposit his personal money into our bank account for some reason not totally clear, or also other things like some example that we're gonna go later. Another way how to implement social engineering is doing diversion theft. This means that the attacker is creating a situation, for example, where they would like to put our attention on something else and not where we would like our attention should be. Diversion theft, for example, is I don't know how many times you saw these, let's say, some classical American movies where we have these this old guardian that is protecting a gate, and after arrive this nice and attractive blonde lady that is taking his attention, etc. While from the other door, from the other building, or maybe entering from a window, one of our let's say one of the people that are preparing the attack with her are entering, stealing the money, etc. Another way is the phishing. The phishing is really well known. Phishing, let's say, is the most common technique of social engineering. So here we receive a lot of emails, etc. And many people now today are easily filtered by email servers. So if we consider the amount of phishing emails that are going into the that are filtered, many people think that are still not don't really present a threat for us. But what you have to consider is that to send emails is something really simple. So it means that the probability of the attacker to suppose that you are sending 1 million email, what we will see like in a few slides, we know that we don't need to get 100%, 80%, or not either 50%. Many times the attacker just bet on the fact that just one person that could also represent the 0.001% of the people will click. And if this person is somebody interesting, the attack could be implemented. The money could be stolen, etc. On the other side, we have spear phishing or whaling. Spear phishing is a technique where we really target a person and we want to go exactly in one direction. So for example, this could be done exactly against an IT administrator or somebody that we know that could have is close to a person that has a specific knowledge or has a specific access right. And on the other side, we have whaling. Whaling is another kind of spear phishing attack, but it is focused on what is which are the C-levels, so CEO, CFO, CIO, etc., etc. The list is long, but are all these people that have a big power in their hands. So taking control of their account could be really critical for a company. After this, we have IVR or phishing. IVR, there are several examples that we will not go through, but we will see some example of phishing. Phishing is the same what we have with phishing, with the difference that is done doing phone calls. An alternative of phishing and phishing is called smishing, that is done sending SMS. After we have baiting. Baiting is also a technique that is really interesting, where the attacker would like, we will see after some technique that are used by the attacker, would like to trigger the attention or the curiosity of the attacker, of the victim, offering something. So, for example, baiting you see in several movies, etc. For example, you may find a USB just in the parking in front of your office, and of course is written, these are the sexy photo that I took with my wife, or these are the salaries of the people, these are the people that in the upcoming 2 months will be fired. The idea is that you leave, this USB will be left or in the morning or lunchtime, because in the moment that we take the USB, the first computer that we will find, that in this case will be the one of our office, we will go there, we will plug, and the attack will be triggered. We will see later in some other example about this. Quid pro quo. This is another attack, another technique that is used by social engineering. This is we create a situation with the person. So, for example, we made this. It was something that it was largely used in the past. So we call somebody, we say that we are from IT department, we help them to do something, and after we try to trigger them to create a situation where say, I help you to do this, now I will lose, of course, suppose that you call somebody and you say that I'm from IT assistance, and what I'm doing is that I will do all the necessary to unlock something. In the moment that we are doing this, we know that everybody, let's say apart maybe from IT guys, has a problem on a computer, has some configuration, maybe the computer is slow, some application to be installed, etc. We help, but after we say we would like something in exchange. And finally, there is this is a really classical tailgating, piggybacking. This means that when a person is, for example, is badging inside their company, a person is just following this guy, trying to do not badge. Now, all this list of attacks could be implemented in different way. If you check about which are all these techniques are triggering, because consider that in this case, we are not manipulating a firewall. We are not manipulating a software, a switch, or the access control panel of a door, of a safe, etc. Here we are dealing with the humans. And unfortunately, like all the social engineering knows, even it's really easy to patch a server, but it's really difficult to patch a human. So what we do it in this case, we could use several techniques. The first is authoritativeness, means that we can call somebody, we can get there, and we start to give order to put psychological pressure, and based on who we have on the other side, the guy could be willing to support you only because he will be scared, etc. We could use the guilt. So suppose that we connect to a server, we could check, for example, that a guy during spent too much time, for example, on Facebook during the working hours, we say that, yes, I know this, etc. I know that you are following one of your colleagues because maybe you like her, etc., even if you are married. And starting from this, even if looks that is not something that important, this is something that could motivate the guy to collaborate. We could generate panic. So say that you click, you remember the last day when you just say that you use another browser because you didn't want to be checked, and we try to put more pressure on this person. We could use ignorance. So the guy doesn't really know which are the consequences of what he's doing. The desire. So imagine, again, this is the typical example of our Ukrainian girlfriend. So that she said that, okay, I will come there to visit you, don't worry, etc. The greed. So many times we receive offer of bitcoins, of money. Just to tell you, just today I received $8.6 million from somebody from UK. And the only condition that I had just to click on the link. And compassion, gratitude, and good feeling. Now, let's see some examples. Let's start with phishing. Everybody knows phishing. We know that this is a classical example. We have, this is an email where I receive about how to get my refund from my bank account. So this is really simple to spot, but so of course we see that the account is Gmail. So let's say for us, it should be quite simple to understand that this is unrealistic, also the number that is there. But be careful to the technique. Here, okay, we can also check that normally say, check if there are some mistype, etc. But act now to claim your refund. Like we said, be quick, don't think, just move, okay? The idea is that the technique is that we need to put pressure. Don't let the person to understand that he has an alternative. Please, your banking information, so share with me the information, etc. After we can have, of course, a website that it's, let's say, hardly credible. Reply within 3 days. Pressure. If you didn't see, move. And after we can also find some other example. For example, we see the extension, the prefix of the number is not, for example, in our case, is not 41 like Switzerland, but is a 91 like India, etc. Now, this is phishing, looks really easy. Let's start to make things a little bit more complicated. You will find this video. This is Jessica Clark. This is a well-known Visher. So what happened? This is just a classical example. Jessica is a challenge. This the guy that is making an interview, and what she's doing. The guy accepted the challenge. So she just know arrive to this phase because they get the meeting. She knows name and last name, and she also knows the phone number. So the tactic is that she calls the ISP. So she called the phone company, and she said that, dear person, say I am the wife. How is possible that please help me because I need to check the bills, I need to make the payment, etc. In the background, she turned on a video where we hear a baby crying. And what she do in this case? First, she's using pretesting. So she claims to be who is not. Second, we move to compassion the other person. And by luck, in this case, what you can find is easily this video online. She speak with the person and she say that, you see, she tried to create compassion. So she say that, it's you are also a wife, you understand, the men are done in this way, they don't share these things. My guy every time forgot, even if we get married, didn't add. So she insists, and she try in many situations how to break into the account. She speak with a broken voice. She raised the volume of the baby that is crying until she's able to get the account. She's able to understand, discover which is the email used by the guy. She put her email instead. She's able to reset the phone, the password used for the account. So she's able to lock out the journalist, and she get full access to the invoices, the people that call, etc. So here, just a list of the information that she's able to get. And keep in mind, apart the voice of the baby, everything was just done using a phone. Okay, so blah blah blah. So exclusive access to the account, able to reset the password, additional user to have access. So in this case, is herself, and she's able to cut this guy out. Let's go quickly to another example. In this case, we see what is an example of spear phishing. So we target a real guy. This is another David Kennedy. Also, this video you will find easily online. In this case, we have same scenario. The guy is spoofing the phone of a company. It's really easy, especially also today in Switzerland, but let's say in the US is more common because everybody is using VoIP. So what do? Implement spoofing, call. So the IT admin see that he said that he needs to open a website that he do because he's a marketing guy. It's a little bit stupid, doesn't really understand what is his website, etc. What do? And show the link to the guy. The admin will click from his desk to this link, but even if the victim doesn't know, is installing a Trojan horse that will give fully access to admin power to this guy. In this case, we don't need. We will see in a moment what is it. The access, what is generated, is direct. So we don't need to implement. We can gain administrative access from outside directly without doing any lateral movement. And is the only stuff that he gained, but I guess it's enough. No, now that we see some things, let's start to go a little bit more in deep. So the attack normally is performed following a couple of steps. The first step is the reconnaissance. So this means that we need to understand who is our target, and we start to make a study. Consider that this study, this is a general, does not belong only to the phishing, to the social engineering. This is something that could be also technical, etc. But in the first step, we don't really touch the victim. So imagine that, for example, we can get information through social media, newspaper. We can understand if a particular customer or other make an acquisition, or a guy was promoted to a specific position, etc. So based on which is the situation, you can address different hot. After we have scanning, so in this case, we start, if it's technical, means that what you're doing, we connect directly to the system. That could be like scan a network, discover which are the port, exposing, etc. In the case of an attacker, we could start, for example, to get in touch with the guy, make a call, send an email, like friendly, also using spoof domain, etc. After, we have lateral movement. What is lateral movement? Lateral movement is that we have to consider that which are the if we want to get, for example, IT access, let's just see the example that we just saw 1 minute ago. What happened? If in this case the social engineering was able to catch directly the administrator, but this is not always easy. So what we could do in this case, instead of asking this guy to click on the malicious link, we could try to point, for example, a secretary or any person that doesn't have the necessary knowledge to understand what you're doing. Keep in mind that what we said before is that for us is a point for the attacker is important that we play on ignorance. So if a person could download an image, etc., that is, for example, hiding malware. Another step is exfiltration. So we start to obtain information. We perform the attack. And of course, depends which are the attack that we need, how we want to implement. Assault, this is not always used. This really depends by which is the victim and which is the goal. Because in some cases, suppose that we do an attack that is considering social. We want to, for example, take down a business. In this specific case, what we will do is that we make the assault, but consider that we just making exfiltration. So we want to just to discover which are the formulas, the algorithm, the documentation of our victim, of our competitors. We will be no interest to run an assault, because in this case, if they don't detect that we enter in their perimeter, we can keep extracting information. So if the guy doesn't realize, we will keep stealing. And finally, obfuscation. So what we do, we cover our steps over the snow. So let's see some other example. I took an example from Mr. Robot. This is you can get all information from Prime Video. So you have an account, etc. I don't give this detail. The example that we are going to visit in now, it's just to put all these things that we see. We have a really complete example that could be just fine in the first episode. So just to give you some background, here we have this guy, what happened, go to the psycholog because there's some different problem that is not important, and this lady is called Krista. So he detected that this lady is sad, and there are some other things they would like to discover more. For some reason, he understood that the person that is this sadness, and you would like to play like let's say like an hero, is generating by her personal situation, and it's a lover or a person with which she has a relationship. So what do our Mr. Robot? First of all, start to follow her on Instagram. So, and what happened? He saw one evening that said that I'm here with my dear lover, with my partner, etc., and we are celebrating our night in the restaurant. So, starting from this point, we start to identify who is our target name and which is the face this guy has. They are in a restaurant. So what we do? We move to the restaurant and we see them, of course, by luck, what happens in movies, that the chance wants that they are just in front of the window. And what do this guy in this case? Stay under the window. What does it mean this? This is really is a really important phase of an attack, because the criminals, the people that do not only social engineering but hacking in general, are people, let's say, with a lot of time, because you know that what you are getting could be something extremely big and extremely important. So one of the things that an attacker, one of the first things that learn is that you should learn how to be patient. So this guy stayed there and spy these two people having dinner. What happened right after? These guys leave. So just in case there was some doubts, we understand because they kiss each other, which is the relationship. So it means that we keep collecting information. And voila, what happened? The guy takes the taxi. Taking the taxi, as you can appreciate, from every taxi, there is every time on the door the phone number of the company. And like what we can appreciate from this slide, we can also read which is the code of the taxi. That is 5BY2. What happened? We call the company, and really simple. We said that, dear company, I'm sorry, I lost my wallet, that I was in the taxi 5BY2, and I would like to recover my, so don't worry, I don't need the wallet to be brought me back. Just tell me where the taxi will arrive, and I will go to pick up directly from there. We just discover where this person is living. So in this moment, in this phase, we start to collect all the data. So our envelope of information start to grow, and grow. Now that we discover the address and we know that this person just got back home, we also go as well. Chance wants that we find that this our victim is bringing the dog to pee downstairs, and while he speak with the dog, he say Flipper, Fritzy, or something like this. Say that okay. We also discover how it's called the pet. What happened after? We speak with this guy. We start to say that some excuses, and remember, moving to compassion. So say, listen, I got my phone discharged. I need to contact my mother, etc. Could you please lend me your phone? We get the phone. We see which is from the application on the phone, which is the bank account that this guy is using. And instead of calling, of course, the mother, we call ourselves. So calling himself, he discovered also the phone number of the victim. And like, remember the phase of the attack, the last step is obfuscation. What you do, he clean the evidences that are left over the mobile. Now, consider that we already have quite good information about our victim in this moment. What happened? We go back home, we connect in front of our computer, and we open the Facebook page of Krista Gordon. So what happened? From Krista Gordon, we check our friends, voila, we also find this guy. So we know before his first name, because we saw before. We can discriminate because we saw in person. Now we also discover his last name. Let's make a recap. We have name, the face, address, bank account, phone number, last name. What happened? We call this guy, because we know which is the bank. We say that, listen, dear mister, we call on behalf of the bank. We know that your account has been compromised. So what we will do is that please reset your account to give this information and to be sure that your identity is correct. So please provide me your door number, which is your favorite football club. The last question is about which is the pet name, but we just discover before when we cross in the street. And arrive to this point, the phishing is completed. So what did we learn today? We saw several use cases. We saw that an attack could be performed in different way. There are the attack normally is performed because we take advantage of one vulnerability that is the human, and the human, keep in mind, that is more difficult to patch compare how much is difficult to patch a server. So it doesn't mean that we take a bundle patch from the vendor site and we resolve the problem of our colleagues or employees. And what we learn in this moment is that social engineering is not about IT, but is not about how to take a more advanced version of the software, of an hardware, etc. But is really to focus on our colleagues and people that should be correctly trained in order to recognize and identify an attack in the really first phases. So it's also important that we never should underestimate the importance of the information that we could check. So in the moment that we are, for example, running a big business, that could be, for example, an important pharmaceutical, a bank, or other things where we know that we are getting important information, we should keep in mind that not only the information that are quite evident that are important, but many times the good attacker also from small information, like we saw now, the checking just which is the pet name, or which is for example a photo on Instagram, and also claiming showing a photo and showing which is the first name of a person, could be important. So also these details are important if we want to understand which is the global picture that in front of us. While unfortunately we are driven that we are able to recognize a picture only when we see a key detail that could be somebody asking us which is the password, can you give me my phone, your credit card number, etc., etc. So all this information are finally capable to give the whole picture to us. And so in the moment that we think what we learned until today, is social engineering actually working? Unfortunately, yes, because we need to consider that the attacker could use several channels, and doesn't mean that for example, if you work for again for a bank or from another institution, you could be in the situation where the only way that you could be attacked is once you are behind your desk. But if behind you there is for example, you are protecting a big know-how, or you are protecting, for example, a lot of knowledge for your customer, or for example, through your action are moved several thousand of million, like what we saw at the beginning of this presentation, you should always be aware that this could happen. And also consider, like the example of what we said before, when we launch, for example, also phishing emails, what the attacker is betting is not that we will have several people, thousands of people that will click on the link. Many times, if our rate of success is 0.001%, if in this 1% we will find people that could click, could be already drastically the impact that we could generate. What I could suggest you, it's important that create training that should change the company mentality, especially if you are in situation that in position in your company or your business life or usual life that could be critical. So some bad people could be interested to really get a specific advantage from taking access to your asset. It's important that you should every time aware about the risk. So in the moment that somebody from outside may ask you, could you please modify this? Could you please click on that? Be every time aware that you should understand in every step what are you doing, okay? Because ignorance should be never allowed. It's important that the training could also support the company or your habit to train internal process, and training is the best advice that I could give you. So thank you, and if there are any questions.
Yes, there are any questions. Do you have a favorite patent? What is its name? No, that
name?
was just, I was just fishing for information.
Let's say Flipper.
Flipper. Okay. No, there are. There is one post which says, "Love your talk, best ever on social engineering."
Thanks.
Nice. Then there is, "What an amazing talk to finish the first day. Thank you so much."
My pleasure.
Then the first question which is actually there for you to answer. It's, in your opinion, does attention to privacy help to protect against SE attacks or social engineering attacks?
Yes, because for what we need is privacy compliance, etc. Let's say not only privacy, but to be in a company, for example, and to have a strong reinforcement of the policies. For example, me, I'm not an IT guy, so I don't understand these things. But what I need just to do, just read the manual, even if I don't understand some things. To list, for example, normally in companies today, we see through tools that are called DLP. So what do these tools? Generate data classification. So as I said, even if I'm new to the company, I'm not that IT guy, etc., having these things, these tools could help me to understand how to behave. What we find today in most of the companies, for example, we see that on our first day, we can receive, for example, an email or a small book that could be like a book, let's say, could be a small carton paper that tell us how we should treat every document. So in the case is appearing social security number, we know that we should be careful. If it's appearing, something that we also see on the flyer, we know that we can share.
Okay. Then there is a comment from N. Dot, very obfuscated. Mr. Robot, and then a heart. So somebody watches the same TV series and enjoys the same games and stories in series, I guess.
Yes, it's let's say Mr. Robot just to make this comment. At the beginning was a little bit, especially me, I start just to see, and most of the attack, just to be careful, to be clear, are quite realistic. So even if when we see this example of the social engineering, the guy that followed the attacks, etc., don't believe that this is far from reality. This is extremely close, especially when it's done in several steps. Of course, it can take more time, but the victim, in many cases, doesn't neither understand what is happening around, and sometimes discover too much late. And in many cases, the person will never understand that it was a victim of a social engineering.
Mm-hmm. So, and then there's a question from Niket. I want to start a career in security. Which certification is better to start a career? eCouncil Certified Ethical Hacker or ICSS?
Normally, it's always better to start, let's say, with experience. Don't focus on certification. The idea is because the concept that a certification is something, I speak like trainer, that is a brick that you should add on your knowledge. What I suggest to everybody, do start, and maybe you could start to make some vendor certification that are easy to get. And once you start to get a little bit more knowledgeable, I would suggest to invest in some certification, let's say serious. But start with there are several certifications, especially if you are working alone. If you want to form yourself, there are something from I don't know, maybe some vendor like Cisco, also Oracle, or some other vendor that are giving. And normally it's many cases are also free, but let's say are more a little bit polluted by the side because they just try to sell a know-how from a vendor, but are still good if you want to have to start.
Okay, thank you. Also, same person also says, great session. Thanks for valuable time and inputs.
My pleasure.
Then there is a person who calls him or herself some guy with a name. Very nice presentation, helped me a lot with my diploma work. Okay, you actually did some work for somebody else.
Put me in the credits, please.
You see, Mr. Guy in the credits with Mauro. So can you learn to be a social engineer to be better protected? Or is that something that you are just born with?
No, this is like what we see before. It's really important that people understand. Maybe I don't know if I stress enough this concept, but what is important is that consider that the pattern that is used by the attacker normally is always the same. So the study social engineering could help you to understand when one of these attacks is happening, okay? And if you can block before you arrive to a certain point, you can still save everything. And of course, if this happen in the company, it's referred to the CISO. And if so, the person in charge for security in your company, and if happen in other situation, for example, outside, it's you should ask normally to the public force, so police, etc. Even if I have to say that we've been contacted several times, but people that were victim of scam, fraud, and other things. And let's say unfortunately, we saw that this is happening more and more every day. So also for the private citizens.
And this was the last question from them. So the audience, I have one question. When you were young, did you always wanted to have a career in IT security, or how did you actually get into IT security?
Okay, when I get my first computer, I started to, I guess that after a month, I started to understand how a computer was working. I start to develop, of course, when you are really young, let's say some way how to understand how I can make pass a message between a server in an encrypted way. And I develop, of course, without any study, without any background, but of course, I didn't neither have internet. I discovered how I make communicate to different computer, let's say to create a way how to encrypt things. And of course, after you start to understand is that how could malware work, understand how these things could move. And after, starting with this, I start to develop a passion. So me, it's like what I say about myself, I am real passionate about this domain. So I didn't choose for career. Me, I just chose because it's something that for me is funny, and I dedicate 100%. Like knows everybody that knows me in person.
Yeah. You are also running this meetup, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
This meetup normally are with this is called with this association that I showed before, Swiss Cybersecurity. It's normally it's active in Swiss Romande, so in the French Swiss. So if online there is somebody that it's even if it's not from French Swiss, because also lately we are also giving some webinar that we just get people that would like to share their know-how, etc. Feel free to contact us. You find both in the website and on LinkedIn. You can ask to join the group, send us eventually a message, and we will be happy to share something with you.
Okay, great. So thank you for your super cool talk and your energetic story. This was really great fun. And for the audience, we now can wave and say bye-bye, because we are closing the day, and tomorrow we will be back with machine learning. And yeah, have a good evening.
Thanks everybody for joining, and see you next time. Feel free to contact me on Twitter, join our website, or you can also find me on LinkedIn. But if you try to add me, specify that you come from this conference. Thank you. Then have a nice evening. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.